She was supposed to be cargo.
A bauble in the sack. A pretty little problem we didn't plan for.
But she wasn't the one meant to ruin me. She was supposed to be hunting me. Now she's inside my fortress, pacing my floors, running her mouth. And every time she glares at me, I get hard enough to split stone. She doesn't flinch when I growl, doesn't back down when I threaten. She challenges me like I'm not the outlaw who buried her marks, like she's not carrying a bounty with my name on it. But I can't let her go, and I won't let her die.
So now I've got a siege outside my walls.
A sharp-tongued little human tracking my every move while pretending she's not thinking about getting under my skin. And into my bed.
I was planning a war.
Now all I can think about is how fast I can get this little problem on her knees. She says I'm the monster, but she's the reason I howl. Stay tuned for size gap, siege heat, brat taming, enemies to lovers chaos, and the little human who tames the one-eyed bandit king.
Happily ever after guaranteed.
Chapter 1. Deadeye. The loot hits the courtyard stones with a satisfying thunk. I watch Hyperion dump the last crate beside the others. Silks, probably. Or maybe silverware. And I'm already counting coin in my head. The haul from the King's Road job is good. Real good. Enough to keep us fed and armed through winter, with plenty left over for the luxuries that make this life worth living. "Careful with that one!" Skeet squawks, hopping around a wooden chest like his feathers are on fire. "There's glass inside! Expensive glass!" Iron Jaw kicks the chest anyway. Something shatters. "Oops," Skeet screeches. I grin. It's been a good day. Fort Ridge sits in the belly of the overgrown woodland like a rotting tooth, all crumbling stone and strangling vines. The ironwood trees grow so thick overhead that even at midday, it's twilight down here. Moss carpets everything. The air smells like wet earth and old violence. It's the perfect place for people who don't want to be found. People like us. Hyperion hauls another crate from the wagon, muscles bunching under his fur. The Minotaur is a mountain, one horn broken off at the base. He stacks the crate. Then something in the wagon catches his attention. He tilts his head, reaches in, and pulls out a large burlap sack. It's moving. "Oh!" Barnaby appears from nowhere, clapping his hands together. "You found it! Wonderful!" I go still. "Barnaby, what's in the sack?" Barnaby Highborn III is a problem. A useful problem, but a problem. He's a dark elf. Tall, too thin, dressed in what used to be fine aristocratic finery, but is now just tattered rags held together by dried blood and delusion. His monocle's cracked. One of his eyes is normal violet, the other's a swirling purple vortex that makes you dizzy if you look too long. He's also completely, utterly, magnificently insane. The sack shrieks. Everyone freezes. Skeet drops the jewelry he's pawing through. Iron Jaw's hand moves to his axe. Even Edith, standing by the cook fire with her wooden spoon, goes quiet. "Barnaby," I say slowly, "please tell me you grabbed the gold from the carriage." "Gold?" He giggles high and sharp. "Oh, Deadeye. Gold is so pedestrian, so forgettable." He walks over to Hyperion, takes the sack with surprising gentleness. "I found something much better." The sack thrashes violently. Something inside kicks hard enough to make the burlap bulge. "Is that a pig?" Skeet ventures, edging closer. "Did you steal livestock?" "A wildcat?" Ironjaw suggests. "Better." Barnaby unties the sack with a theatrical flourish. "I found a doll." He upends the sack. Out tumbles a young dark elf woman. She hits the courtyard stones hard, bound and gagged and furious. Even tied up, she's clearly highborn. Pale skin, sharp features, silver hair that's somehow still perfect despite being stuffed in a sack for hours. Her dress is silk, midnight blue, embroidered with gold thread. Jewelry glitters at her throat and wrists. The courtyard goes silent. She thrashes, muffled screams coming from behind the gag. Her eyes are wild, scanning all of us, the crumbling fort, the stolen loot, the gang of criminals staring down at her. Barnaby kneels beside her, pats her head like she's a pet. Isn't she precious? She tries to headbutt him. I walk over, slow. I reach out, pull the gag down. She sucks in a breath. Then, do you imbeciles have any idea who I am? Her voice could cut glass. No, I say flatly. Who are you? She draws herself up, even bound and on the ground, like she's addressing servants. I am Lady Cecily Ashdown, daughter of Colonel Mortimer Ashdown, commander of the Black Vipers and Lord High Inquisitor of the Eastern Provinces. The name hits me like a warhammer to the chest. Ashdown. Everything stops. The world narrows to that single word. My hand moves, instinctive, automatic, to my eye patch. Fingers brush the worn leather. My father, Cecily continues, will find you. He will hang every last one of you from the walls of this pathetic hovel. He will... Shut up! My voice comes out flat. Dead. She blinks, shocked that someone would dare interrupt her. I stand. Turn away. Can't look at her. Can't think. Behind me, Ironjaw speaks, and his voice is hollow. We're already ghosts. What do we do? Skeet asks. I don't answer. Don't know the answer. She's my doll and I am keeping her, Barnaby demands. Ironjaw slaps him around the back of the head. Idiot. Can't give Cecily back. Ashdown won't forgive this. He'll kill us all just to erase the insult to his honor. Can't keep her. He'll come for her. With armies. We're trapped. Skeet's voice breaks the silence, higher than usual. Maybe we could ransom her. Send a message. Negotiate. No. The word comes out harder than I meant. Ashdown doesn't negotiate. The girl lifts her chin. He'll show mercy if you surrender now. I laugh. It's a bitter sound. Your father doesn't know the meaning of the word. From somewhere in the forest, distant but unmistakable, comes the sound of drums. War drums. Methodical, disciplined, getting closer. Hyperion's head snaps toward the tree line. He signs, quick and urgent. Movement. Many. How many? I ask. He holds up both hands, opens and closes them, opens them again. More than he can count quickly. Ironjaw picks up his axe. Skeet's already edging toward the fort's inner keep. Barnaby just smiles, humming something tuneless. Cecily's face beams. Daddy! Daddy is coming to save me. Shut up, girl, I growl. And he's going to hang each of you be the balls, Cecily says. I don't have any balls, Edith says, continuing to stir the pot of stew as if dinner was on the cards this evening. By the tits, then, Cecily states. The drums are louder now. I look at my gang, my family. Hyperion, standing ready with his fists clenched. Ironjaw, resigned but steady. Skeet, terrified but not running yet. Edith, already moving to gather her medical supplies. Barnaby, utterly unconcerned with reality. And in the center of it all, Lady Cecily Ashdown, bound and furious, and completely unaware that her name just painted a target on all of us. Get her inside, I order. Everyone inside. Bar the gates. Hyperion. Check the walls. Find the weak points. Ironjaw. Inventory weapons. Skeet, you're on watch. Anything moves in those trees, I want to know about it. What about the loot? Skeet asks. Leave it. We've got bigger problems. Edith's already moving, grabbing Cecily by the arm and hauling her upright. She protests, but Edith just drags her toward the keep like she weighs nothing. I stand in the courtyard, watching the tree line for movement. The drums are close now. Very close. Somewhere in that darkness, Colonel Mortimer Ashdown is coming, and this time he won't stop at an eye.
Chapter 2. Jane. The bodies are still warm. I crouch beside the first one, a dark elf guard in lacquered armour, crossbow bolt through his throat. Clean shot. Professional. I pull the bolt free, examine the fletching. Custom work. Black feathers, red thread wrap, the balance slightly tail-heavy for extra penetration at range. I pocket it. The King's Road is a mess. Overturned carriage, scattered cargo, blood soaking into the dirt. 3 guards dead, 2 horses gone, and whatever was in that carriage is now in the wind. I count boot prints in the mud. Orc, size 14, heavy tread, moving fast. Minotaur hoof prints near the heavy cargo, someone strong did the lifting. Vracken talons scratches on a dead guard's face. Opportunistic looting, probably post-mortem. This is Deadeye's crew. Has to be. I've been hunting the bastard for 6 months, ever since the bounty hit 5,000 gold. That's retire to the coast money. That's never work again money. And I'm close, so damn close I can taste it. I stand, scan the tree line. The trail leads into the overgrown woodland, dense, dark, older than the kingdoms that claim this land. Most bounty hunters won't follow a target in there. Too easy to get lost, too easy to disappear. Good thing I'm not most bounty hunters. I check my pistols, earth-made, smuggled across the vale, worth more than this entire carriage was carrying, both loaded, both clean. My rifle's slung across my back, and my knife's sharp enough to shave with. I'm ready. Then I see them. Boot prints, dozens of them. Military standard, heavy tread, moving in formation, fresh, maybe an hour old. I kneel, trace one with my finger. Dark elf make. Expensive. The kind of boot you only get if you're elite military. Damn! Someone else is already hunting Deadeye. Someone with an army. I look at the carriage again. Really look. The crest on the door is partially burned, but I can make out enough. Noble house. High ranking. The kind of family that doesn't just call the city watch when something goes wrong. They call in favours. They mobilise troops. This wasn't just a robbery. This was a mistake. I weigh my options. If the military gets to Deadeye first, he's dead. If he's dead, I don't get paid. 6 months of tracking, sleeping in mud, eating trail rations, dodging bandits, all for nothing. I need him alive. I mount up, spur my horse toward the tree line. The overgrown woodland swallows me whole. Sunlight dies 20 feet in. The ironwood trees are massive, their canopy so thick it's perpetual twilight down here. Moss hangs from branches like funeral shrouds. The air is wet, heavy, smells like rot and growing things. I follow the trail. It's easy at first. Broken branches, disturbed undergrowth, wagon ruts in the soft earth. Deadeye's crew wasn't trying to hide. They thought they were safe out here. They're wrong. The military boot prints follow the same path, but they're spread wider. Flanking formation. Professional. Whoever's commanding this force knows what they're doing. I push deeper into the woods. My horse doesn't like it. Ears back, nervous steps. I don't blame her. This place feels old, the kind of old that doesn't care about people. An hour in, I find the first military camp, or what's left of it. They moved fast, didn't bother hiding their tracks. I dismount, examine the fire pits. Still warm. I'm maybe 2 hours behind them now. Too close. I need to get ahead of this, find Deadeye before they do. I remount, urge my horse faster. Distant, rhythmic, war drums. I pull up, listen. The sound's coming from deeper in the forest. That's where the military is. That's where Deadeye is. That's where I need to be. I tie my horse to a tree. She won't go further anyway, too spooked, and continue on foot. Quieter this way, faster. Ahead, through the trees, I see light, torches, lots of them. I climb. The ironwood bark is rough, good for grip. I find a perch 20 feet up, pull out my scope, and look. Holy crap, there's an army down there, and at the centre a fortification, old, crumbling. Vine-choked walls, broken towers, but still standing. Fort Ridge, if the maps are right. That's where Deadeye is. That's where I need to be. I watch the military set up. They're not attacking yet, setting up siege positions. This isn't a quick raid. This is a proper assault. They're going to pound that fort into rubble, with my payday inside. I need to get in there before the bombardment starts. Need to make a deal. Need to keep Deadeye alive long enough to collect. I climb down, start moving toward the fort. The military line is thick, but there are gaps. Sentries, but not enough. They're focused on the fort, not on anyone stupid enough to approach from behind. I'm very good at being stupid. I slip through the shadows, knife in hand. A sentry turns. I don't think, just move. Hand over mouth, blade across throat. He drops silent. I drag him into the underbrush, keep moving. The fort's outer wall is 100 yards ahead. I can see movement on the battlements. Orc-sized shadows. That's Deadeye's crew. I'm almost there when I hear it. A voice, amplified by magic, echoing through the trees. The voice continues. "This is Colonel Mortimer Ashdown. You have taken my daughter. Return her unharmed and your deaths will be swift." Oh no, Deadeye didn't just rob a carriage. He kidnapped a colonel's daughter. He's not just a criminal anymore. He's a dead man, and I need him alive. I look at the fort, at the army, at the impossible situation I've just walked into. Then I run. Toward the fort. Toward Deadeye. Toward 5,000 gold that's about to get vaporized by artillery fire. A sentry sees me. Shouts. I put a bullet in him, keep running. More shouts. Soldiers mobilizing. I'm 50 yards from the fort when the first ballista fires. The bolt screams overhead, trails of frost magic, and slams into the eastern wall. Stone explodes. The fort shudders. "Open the damn gate!" I scream. Nothing. Another bolt. This one closer. I dive, roll, come up running. 20 yards. A figure appears on the wall. Big. One eye. Crossbow aimed at my head. Deadeye. "Don't shoot!" I yell. "I'm here to help!" He doesn't lower the crossbow. 10 yards. "You die! I don't get paid!" I scream. That makes him hesitate. Behind me, soldiers are closing in. Ahead, the fort gates are still shut. I'm about to die in the crossfire between a bounty and an army. Then the gates crack open. Just enough. I don't think. I run. Slide through the gap like I'm stealing home. The gates slam shut behind me. I hit the ground, roll, come up with both pistols drawn. 7 criminals stare at me. An orc with one eye and a crossbow. An elderly human woman with a wooden spoon. A minotaur holding a sledgehammer. Another orc with an iron jaw and an axe. A nervous Vraken perched on a crate. A dark elf in tattered finery, smiling like this is all a joke. Deadeye lowers his crossbow, slightly. "Who the hell are you?" he growls. I holster one pistol. Keep the other ready. "I'm the woman who's been tracking you for 6 months," I say. "I'm the woman who's got a 5,000 gold bounty contract with your name on it. And I'm the woman who just saved you from getting shot in the back while that army out there turns this fort into gravel." Outside, another ballista bolt hits the walls. The fort shakes. Deadeye stares at me. "You want to collect my bounty?" Eventually, yes.
Chapter 3. Deadeye. She stands in my courtyard with one pistol still drawn, covered in dust and blood that isn't hers, and calmly tells me she plans to collect my corpse for gold. Eventually. Another ballista bolt screams overhead and punches through what's left of the eastern wall. Stone explodes. Dust rains down. The fort shudders. Nobody moves. Skeet breaks the silence. "Kill her." "Agreed," Ironjaw says, raising his axe. I hold up a hand. Wait. Skeet's voice goes shrill. "She just said she's here to kill you." She holsters her pistol. She brushes dust off her shoulder like we're having tea, not standing in a fort that's actively being demolished. "And we're supposed to just trust that?" I ask. She looks at me. Her eyes are cold, professional. She doesn't answer. Doesn't need to. Hyperion signed something. I translate without thinking. She killed 3 sentries to get here. She holds up 4 fingers. Smart arse. Ironjaw mutters, but there's something like respect in his voice. It's Jane, actually. Another impact. Closer this time. The whole fort groans. We should throw her back out, Skeet says, hopping from foot to foot. Let Ashdown deal with her. She got through their lines, Edith says from the keep entrance. She must have finished tying up Cecily, still holding that wooden spoon. That's useful. She's a bounty hunter, Skeet insists. So? Edith shrugs. We're criminals. Glass houses, bird. I look back at Jane. She's watching us, calculating, waiting. If I may, Hyperion signs with the intensity of a public speaking voice that he makes up in order to sound smarter than he actually is. If we look at a similar chain of events that occurred in Death of Trusting Butt, written, of course, by Therisis during the Second Golden Age of Milthar. Can you get on with it? Ironjaw snaps. Well, the title kind of says it all. Hyperion signs. Oh, I get it. How clever, Barnaby shouts. Get what? Skeet asks. Enough. Here's the problem, I say. She want me alive. For money. That means the second this siege ends, assuming we survive, she'll putting an arrow in my leg and dragging me to whatever warlord is paying your contract. Alive or dead is fine. All I need is your head. But I mostly want you alive, Jane says. You see, I say. Why would I let this thing stay? She's going to kill me. Yes. Barnaby claps his hands together, delighted. But not yet. How wonderfully civilized. We're all going to die together first, and then she'll collect her fee. It's like a group project. A few heads nod. Hyperion signs agreement. Even Ironjaw shrugs like this is perfectly reasonable. She saved you from getting shot in the back, Ironjaw says. That counts for something. Temporarily, I snap. She saved me temporarily. Exactly, Barnaby beams, adjusting his cracked monocle. Temporary allies are the best kind. So much more exciting than permanent ones. The betrayal potential is delicious. Nobody's betraying anybody, I growl. Not yet, Ironjaw says, and his jaw clicks when he grins. Another impact. The fort's really starting to come apart now. She points at the crumbling eastern wall, at the torches in the forest, at the obvious answer. Damn it. She's right. Another bolt hits. The eastern wall isn't going to last much longer. We need her, Bird, Edith says. Auntie's right, Ironjaw adds. I look around at my crew. Hyperion, silent and steady. Ironjaw, already resigned to death but still standing. Skeet, terrified but not running. Edith, pragmatic as always. Barnaby, utterly unconcerned with reality. I stare at them. You're all fine with this? They all look at the ground apart from Barnaby, who looks up at the sky. I think you have your answer, Jane says. We don't have time for this, I say. Hyperion, Eastern Wall, shore it up however you can. Ironjaw, weapons inventory. I want to know what we're working with. Skeet, watch rotation. You're first. Anything moves in those trees, I want to know. What about her? Skeet points at Jane. I'll keep an eye on her, I say. Edith snorts. Good luck with that. The crew disperses. Hyperion heads for the wall. Ironjaw starts counting crossbow bolts. Skeet flutters up to the battlements, muttering about death and unfairness. Right you, lass. Any trouble? I turn to find Jane gone. I spin. Scan the courtyard. The keep entrance. The walls. Nothing. Where'd she go? I demand. Edith shrugs. That one eye you got left isn't much use. She was right there. Dead eye, Ironjaw calls from across the courtyard. She probably just went to scout positions. Relax. Relax. Right. A professional killer just vanished into my fort, and I'm supposed to relax. Barnaby's humming now, that tuneless sound that means he's either casting something or having a wonderful time. The pink skin is very good at disappearing, like a ghost. Maybe she is a ghost. Oh, now there's a thought. I check the walls, the armory, The eastern breach where Hyperion's already stacking rubble. No sign of her. It's like she turned into smoke. Daughter of a bastard, I mutter. I've just let a predator inside the walls, and she's already hunting.
Chapter 4. Jane. I watch from the doorway for a moment. Lady Cecily Ashdown sits on the stone floor, silk dress filthy, silver hair starting to come loose from its pins. She's muttering to herself. Threats, mostly. Creative ones. I step inside. She stops mid-sentence, looks up. Her eyes go wide, then narrow with suspicion. Who are you? Someone who's not going to hurt you, I say. She pulls back against the beam, as much as the ropes allow. You're one of them? No. I stay in the doorway. Hands visible, non-threatening. I just got here. Wrong place, wrong time. Now I'm stuck in this fort same as you. She studies me, looking for the lie. I keep my face neutral. You're human, she says. I am. They're all monsters. Orcs. That thing with the horns. She's trying to sound imperious, but her voice shakes. And that madman who stuffed me in a sack. Yeah, that one's definitely unhinged. I agree. Step into the room slowly. I'm Jane. Lady Cecily Ashdown. I know. Heard you screaming it earlier. I crouch a few feet away, out of kicking range. You thirsty? She hesitates. Nods. I pull my water skin, uncap it, hold it out. She leans forward awkwardly, hands still bound. I tip it so she can drink. When she's done, she pulls back. Doesn't thank me. Highborn manners don't extend to kidnappers' associates, apparently. Why are you helping me? She asks. Because I'm not like them. I cap the skin, clip it back to my belt. I don't hurt people who don't deserve it, and you don't deserve this. She's watching me carefully now, still suspicious, but less hostile. My father is outside, she says. Colonel Mortimer Ashdown. He commands the Black Vipers. He'll kill everyone in this fort. Probably. You should run. Before he breaks through. Can't. They've got the gates barred. We're all trapped until this is over. Another ballista bolt hits somewhere above us. The room shakes. Dust rains from the ceiling. Cecily flinches, pulls her knees up to her chest. I let the silence sit for a moment. Let her fear settle in. When your father gets you out, I say carefully, I need you to tell him something. She looks up. What? That I kept you safe, that I made sure none of them touched you. Why would I do that? Because it's true, and because your father's going to want to know who helped his daughter and who didn't. I meet her eyes. I'm not stupid. When the Vipers come through that gate, I need him to know I'm not one of the kidnappers. Understanding dawns on her face. You want clemency. I want to not get executed for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. She sits up straighter, some of that aristocratic bearing returning. If you help me escape. No, but. If I try to get you out and we get caught, they'll kill us both. These people are desperate. Desperate people are dangerous. I shake my head. Better to wait. Your father will break through eventually. When he does, you tell him I protected you. That's the deal. She's silent for a long moment, thinking, how do I know you'll actually protect me? Because it's in my interest, I say. You stay alive and grateful. I stay alive and pardoned. Simple. Outside, voices rise. Someone's shouting orders. Deadeye, probably. I need to go, I say, standing. They'll wonder where I am, but I'll check on you. Make sure you're fed. Make sure nobody bothers you. Wait. I stop. The orc. The one with the eye patch. He's the leader. Yeah. Is he... She swallows. Is he going to hurt me? I consider lying. Decide against it. I don't think so. He doesn't want you here. You're a problem he didn't ask for. Then why not let me go? Because your father will kill him anyway. Insult to honor or something like that. I move toward the door. Just stay quiet. Stay out of the way. Let the criminals and the soldiers kill each other. And when it's over, you remember who kept you safe. Jane, she says. I look back. Thank you. I nod. Don't smile. Professionals don't smile. I leave her there and head back toward the main hall. The fort's layout is starting to make sense. Central courtyard, inner keep with storage and sleeping quarters, walls in various states of decay. The eastern breach is the obvious weak point. That's where Ashdown will push. Good to know. I turn a corner and nearly walk into the Minotaur, Hyperion, carrying timber, silent as a ghost despite his size. He stops when he sees me, sets down the beam. We stare at each other. Dead eye looking for you, little miss. Slow, deliberate. I shake my head. Does he need to be saved again? He laughs. You're funny. After battle we screw, then you won't laugh so much. I can't wait, I reply. It's always just words. Me neither, Hyperion says, and gives an awkward wink. Minotaurs shouldn't wink. It does them no favours. He stares at me, those dark eyes seeing more than I'd like. Then he nods once, picks up his timber, walks past. I exhale. The fort shakes. Another impact. I need to see those ballista positions. Need to understand the Viper setup. If I'm going to survive this, I need intel. I head for the eastern wall. Going somewhere. I turn. Dead eyes behind me, crossbow in hand. Not aimed. Yet. Scouting, I say. Alone. I work better alone. Not in my fort, you don't. Your crumbling fort. His jaw tightens. Where were you? Checking on your hostage, making sure she's not doing anything stupid. He studies me, looking for the angle. Smart man. She say anything useful? He asks. Just that her father's going to kill us all. But we knew that already. Another impact, closer. We need to talk defence, I say. That eastern wall won't hold much longer. We? You want my help or not? He looks at me for a long moment. Then he jerks his head toward the courtyard. Main hall, 5 minutes. Everyone. He walks past me. I watch him go. One-eyed orc with a death sentence over his head, leading a gang of criminals against an army. And I just positioned myself as the reasonable one to both sides. Insurance. That's all this is. When the fort falls, and it will fall, I need Ashdown to see me as a helper, not a criminal. And I need Deadeye alive long enough to collect. Play both sides. Survive. Get paid. Simple.
Chapter 5. Deadeye. The main hall smells like wet stone and old smoke. We're gathered around what used to be a strategy table. Now it's just a slab of rotting wood covered in moss, and everyone's looking at me like I've got answers. I don't. Right, I say. Here's the plan. We use the girl as a shield. Silence. Then everyone sighs, simultaneously. What? I demand. She's just a slip of a thing, Ironjaw says, examining his axe blade. How are we all going to hide behind that? She's what, 100 pounds? I've got more meat on one arm. I meant metaphorically. Still stupid, Edith says. I grit my teeth. Fine. New plan. We send her father a message. Every hour we don't get safe passage, we cut off one of her fingers. 10 hours, 10 fingers. Simple. Dead silence. Then Barnaby claps his hands together, eyes bright. Oh, how delightful. We could arrange them in order. Little to big, or perhaps by aesthetic appeal. The pinkies are quite charming, but the index fingers have such authority. Nobody else thinks this is a good idea? I gaze around the room. Head shakes. Universal head shakes. It's barbaric, Edith says. We're criminals. We're thieves, she corrects. not butchers. Speak for yourself, Barnaby mutters, still clearly enamored with the finger idea. Hyperion signs something. I translate. He says Ashdown won't negotiate. He'll just attack faster. Then we make him watch while we... No, Edith's voice is flat. Final. I look around. Nobody's meeting my eyes except Jane. She's been quiet this whole time, leaning against the wall by the door, arms crossed, watching. What? I snap at her. That's a terrible plan, she says. You got a better one, Pinkskin? She pushes off the wall, walks to the table. Actually, yes. Oh, this I have to hear. She ignores my tone, points at the crude map I've scratched into the wood. The fort's layout, the walls, the breach. Your eastern wall is compromised. That's where they'll push. You know this already. Obviously. So stop trying to mutilate the girl and start using the terrain. She traces a line from the breach to the inner keep. The overgrown woodland is your advantage. Dense canopy, limited sight lines, uneven ground. Ashdown's got numbers and artillery, but he's fighting blind in here. He's got magic, Skeet points out. Frost magic. Artillery magic. All the magic. Magic doesn't help if you can't see your target. Jane taps the map. You fortify the breach properly, not with whatever rubble Hyperion's stacking, but with a proper barricade. Angled. Funnels them into a kill zone. Crossfire positions here and here. She marks spots on the wall. Hyperion holds the center. He's big enough to anchor it. Iron Jaw on his right. Skeet providing aerial spotting. Barnaby. Yes? Barnaby leans forward, delighted. You stay in the inner keep and don't cast anything unless Deadeye tells you to. But I'm very helpful. You're very unpredictable. Big difference. He pouts but doesn't argue. Jane continues. Deadeye and I take sniper positions on the western tower ruins. High ground, clear sight lines to their artillery. We pick off their mages first, then their officers. No leadership, no coordination. I stare at her. You've done this before. Siege defense? 3 times. Siege offense? Twice. This isn't my first fort. She looks up at me. Your plan was to threaten a girl and hope. Mine's to make them bleed for every foot of ground. Hyperion signs something. I translate. He says it's solid. It's better than solid, Ironjaw says. It's actually a plan, not just threatening to mail fingers to her father. I wasn't going to mail them. You kind of were, Edith says. I look at the crew. They're all nodding. Even Skeet looks less terrified. Damn it. Fine, I say. We do it your way. But I'm still in command. Jane shrugs. Sure, you're in command. I'm just the tactical advisor who's keeping you alive. Temporarily, I remind her. Temporarily, she agrees. Barnaby sighs dramatically. Such a shame about the fingers, though. I had a lovely little box picked out and everything. Nobody's cutting off any fingers, Edith says firmly. Not even one? A pinky? No, you're all so boring. Outside, another ballista bolt hits. The fort shudders. Right, I say. Hyperion, get that breach reinforced like she said. Ironjaw, grab whatever we can use for barricades. Crates, timber, bodies if you have to. Skeet, I want eyes on those tree lines. Map their positions. Barnaby, inner keep, no casting. No finger removal, I understand. He sighs. How dreadfully boring. Edith, medical station in the Great Hall. Stock what you can. She nods, already moving. I look at Jane. You and me, Western Tower. Let's see if you're as good a shot as you claim. I am. We'll see. The crew disperses. Hyperion heads for the breach. Ironjaw starts hauling crates. Skeet flutters up to the battlements. Within minutes, they're moving with purpose. With a plan. Jane's plan. I watch her check her rifle, adjust her scope. Professional. Efficient. Like she's done this 100 times. You ever lead a crew? I ask. No, I work alone. Could have fooled me. You just took over mine. She looks up. You want me to stop? I should say yes. Should remind her that this is my fort, my gang, my command. But the truth is, her plan's better than anything I had. And if we're going to survive the next 12 hours, I need her. Hate that I need her. Just don't get comfortable, I say. Wouldn't dream of it. She slings her rifle over her shoulder. Coming? Or are you going to stand there brooding? I follow her toward the western tower. Behind us, I hear Iron Jaw mutter to Hyperion. Pink Skin's got stones. I'll give her that. Hyperion signs something back. Yeah, Iron Jaw agrees, but she's still going to kill him eventually. I pretend I don't hear that. The western tower is half collapsed, but the top platform's intact. Good sight lines over the forest canopy and the Viper positions. Jane climbs up first, moving like a cat. I follow, slower. She's already setting up, checking angles, wind direction, range markers. You really think this'll work? I ask. If everyone does their job? Yes. If Barnaby does something insane? No. She looks through her scope. 50-50 odds. Better than your finger plan. I grunt. Can't argue with that. Below us, the fort's coming together. The breach is getting reinforced. Positions are being manned. For the first time since Barnaby dumped that girl in the courtyard, we look like we might actually have a chance. Because of her. A bounty hunter who's here to kill me. Eventually. I look at Jane. She's focused on the forest, tracking movement, making mental notes. Professional. Dangerous. Why help? I ask. Really? You could have stayed hidden, waited for us to die, collected my body from the rubble. She doesn't look away from her scope. Because I don't get paid for bodies. I get paid for live captures. And because... She pauses. Because I've spent 6 months tracking you. I've learned how you think. How you move. You're good at what you do. Shame to waste that on a suicide stand. So it's just business. It's always just business. But something in her voice makes me think that's not entirely true. The fort shakes. Another impact. They're testing our defenses, Jane says. Probing for weak spots. Real assault comes at dawn. That's when Ashdown will push. How do you know? Because that's what I do. She's right. Of course she's right. I settle into position beside her. We wait. Watch. Predators on a crumbling tower, surrounded by an army, planning how to survive until morning. I've let a killer into my walls. She's taken over my crew. And I'm starting to think that might be the only reason we don't all die tonight.
Chapter 6. Jane. I watch the crew move into position from the western tower. Deadeye's beside me, silent, watching his gang follow my orders. Hyperion, I call down. 3 feet left. You're blocking Iron Jaw's sightline. The Minotaur shifts. Iron Jaw gives me a nod. Skeet, higher. I need you above the canopy where you can actually see something. The Vraken squawks but flutters up another 20 feet. Deadeye hasn't said a word, just watching. I can feel his eyes on me more than the forest. Problem? I ask, not looking away from my scope. You're running my crew. I'm keeping your crew alive. There's a difference. He grunts, doesn't argue. Below, the fort's transformed. The breach is fortified properly now. Angled barricades that funnel attackers into a kill zone. Hyperion's positioned at the centre, massive and immovable. Iron Jaws on his right flank, axe resting on his shoulder. Edith's in the Great Hall with her medical station set up. Barnaby's supposedly in the inner keep. Supposedly. Contact, I say, eye to my scope. Eastern approach, 20 hostiles. Viper scouts. Scouts! Deadeye raises his crossbow. Testing our defences, seeing how we respond. I track them through the trees, moving cautiously. Professional. They're good, not rushing. This is a probe. So we let them probe? We let them walk into the trap. I lean over the tower edge. Hyperion, They're coming to you. Hold position. The Minotaur shifts, and that's when I see it. He's wearing a dress, a woman's gown, blue silk, over his armour. It's stretched tight across his massive frame, torn in places, completely ridiculous. What the hell? Deadeye says. Ironjaw's voice carries up from below. Is that a dress? Hyperion looks down at himself, then toward the inner keep. His face darkens. Barnaby's laughter echoes from a window, high and delighted. You look ravishing, darling. Barnaby! Hyperion roars. No time! I shout. They're at the breach. Hyperion turns back toward the approaching vipers, still in his dress. Iron jaws trying not to laugh, failing. At least you'll die pretty, Ironjaw mutters. The vipers emerge from the tree line. 20 soldiers in black lacquered armour, moving in formation. They spot the breach, the barricades, slow their approach. Smart. They're not charging blindly, they're analysing. I track the leader through my scope. Dark elf officer, experienced. He's signalling to his squad, spreading them out. Hyperion, I call. Hold. The Minotaur doesn't move, just stands there in his dress, sledgehammer ready. The vipers advance, cautious, checking for traps. They reach the outer edge of the kill zone. Hold. Closer. They're in the funnel now, boxed in by the barricades. Now! Hyperion charges, a mountain of muscle and blue silk, sledgehammer raised. The first viper doesn't even have time to scream before the hammer comes down. Armour crumples. The soldier drops. Ironjaw roars and charges from the flank, axe swinging. A viper turns toward him, too slow. The axe takes him in the chest. He goes down. I fire. The officer drops, bullet through his throat. Deadeye fires. A viper mage trying to cast, crossbow bolt through his eye. Skeet drops rocks from above, not effective but enthusiastic. The vipers try to retreat. I pick off the runners. 1, 2, 3 clean shots. Deadeye takes another. It's over in under 2 minutes. 20 bodies in the kill zone. None of ours down. Silence. Just the sound of breathing. Ironjaw panting. Hyperion's dress torn now, hanging in shreds. Hells, Ironjaw says, leaning on his axe. That actually worked. Hyperion turns toward the keep. His voice is low, dangerous. Next time you do something like that, I'll put my fist through your heart. Barnaby emerges from the keep entrance, still grinning. Oh, but you looked so... Hyperion takes a step toward him. Massive fists clenched. Murder in his eyes. Barnaby stops grinning. His hands start to glow purple. Chaos magic building. Enough! Deadeye's voice cracks like a whip. Both of them freeze. Hyperion, Deadeye says, not shouting now but somehow louder for it. You held the line. That's what matters. Barnaby, keep your hands off other people's gear or I'll let him finish what he started. Hyperion glares at Barnaby for another long moment. Then he backs off, muttering something about dignity and proper combat attire. Barnaby bows mockingly, but retreats into the keep. Deadeye looks at me. Still in command? Still in command, I confirm. He nods, satisfied. I turn back to the forest, scope up, already analysing. That was a probe, I say. They know our positions now, our strength, how we fight. So next assault will be heavier. I check my ammunition. 12 rounds left in the rifle, both pistols full. Dawn, like I said, they'll come with everything. How heavy? I look at the tree line, at the torches in the distance, at the army waiting out there. All of them. Below, the gang's already moving, dragging bodies out of the kill zone, resetting the barricades. Hyperion strips off the remains of the dress, tosses it aside. Ironjaw's checking his axe for damage. They look at me differently now. Not hostile, not suspicious. Respect, hard-earned in blood. even Deadeye's watching me with something like grudging approval. The plan worked. They're alive because I knew what I was doing. But the real test is coming. From the forest, drums start again. Slower this time. Methodical. Deliberate. Ashdown knows what he's facing now, and he's not pleased. Get some rest, I say to the crew below. 4 hours until they come for real. Eat, sleep if you can, check your weapons. Hyperion nods. Heads for the Great Hall. Ironjaw follows. Skeet's already disappeared somewhere to hide and panic. Deadeye's still beside me. You think we can hold? He asks quietly. I don't answer immediately. I look at the fort, at the walls, at the breach we've fortified, at the crew that just proved they can fight, at the army in the forest that outnumbers us 10-1. Ask me at sunrise, I say. He doesn't push, just settles into position beside me. 2 predators on a disintegrating tower, waiting for dawn. I reload my rifle, check my pistols again, count ammunition 1 more time. 12 rifle rounds, 2 full pistols, 1 knife. At least this way, if I die, I'll die fighting. Better than most bounty hunters get. The fort shakes. Another ballista bolt. Just one. A reminder. We're still here, for now.
Chapter 7. Deadeye. The fort's too quiet. I don't trust quiet. Quiet means something's coming. Jane's beside me on the tower, scope to her eye, scanning the tree line. She hasn't moved in 20 minutes. Just breathing, watching, waiting. I should be doing the same. Instead, I'm watching her. Professional. That's the word for her. Every movement efficient. No wasted energy. She shifts her weight, adjusts her grip on the rifle, breathes steady and controlled. She's here to kill me. Eventually. You're staring, she says, not looking away from her scope. Making sure you don't fall asleep. I don't sleep on watch. Good, neither do I. She doesn't respond, just keeps watching the forest. Below us, firelight flickers in the courtyard. The gang's gathered around the flames. Hyperion sitting on a crate, massive and still. Even from up here, I can feel the weight of what's coming. Then he starts to speak. Not talking. Reciting. His voice is low, rhythmic. The old tongue. Battle poetry from before the kingdoms, before the roads, before any of this mattered. What's he saying? Jane asks. I listen. Translate in my head. It's a poem. About warriors. They're far from home. They know they're going to die, but they stand anyway. Hyperion's voice rises. The words are old, formal, beautiful in a language that was made for war. Why? Jane asks quietly. Why what? Why stand if you know you're going to die? I watch Hyperion, watch the others listening. Even Skeet's quiet, wings folded. Because standing matters more than surviving, I say. Jane's quiet for a moment. Then, does it work? Does what work? The poem, does it give you courage? I shrug. We're still here. Hyperion finishes. The courtyard's silent. Then Ironjaw says something low. Probably crude. The tension breaks. Someone laughs. Jane's still watching them. You fought together a long time. Long enough. They trust you. They follow me. Different thing. Is it? I don't answer that. Footsteps on the tower stairs. Heavy. Edith appears carrying 2 bowls of gray sludge. Her stew, of course. Eat, she orders, shoving bowls at us. Can't fight on an empty stomach. Jane takes the bowl, looks at the contents. Her face does something complicated. Just eat it, I say. Complaining makes it worse. She takes a bite, stops chewing, swallows with visible effort. I eat mine. It's terrible. Always is. Edith slaps the back of my head, hard. Ow. What was that for? For being stupid enough to still be here. She glares at me. Don't get yourself killed, boy. Yes, Auntie. I mean it. I know. She looks at Jane, studies her, then grunts. You keep him alive, Pinkskin. At least until you're ready to collect. Jane nods once. That's the plan. Edith leaves. Her footsteps fade down the stairs. Jane's watching me. She terrifies you. She should terrify everyone. Why? Because she's the only one who could actually stop me if she wanted to. I take another bite of stew, force it down. She raised me, took me in when I had nothing, taught me everything I know. Including how to steal? Especially how to steal. Jane eats in silence, suffers through the stew. When she's done, she sets the bowl aside like it personally offended her. That's the worst thing I've ever eaten. Wait until you try her breakfast porridge. She almost smiles. Almost. The fort's still quiet. The forest darker now. Pre-dawn dark. The kind of dark that makes you think morning might never come. Why do you do this? Jane asks suddenly. Do what? This. Steal. Lead this crew. Risk your life for... what? Gold? I look at the courtyard below, at Hyperion checking his armor, at Ironjaw sharpening his axe for the 100th time, at Skeet nervously arranging crossbow bolts. What else is there? I ask. I don't know, that's why I'm asking. I don't answer for a long time. Don't know how to answer. They're family, I say finally. Only family I've got. And you'd die for them. Wouldn't you? She's quiet. Then, I don't have a family. Everyone's got someone. Not me. She adjusts her scope. I work alone. Always have. Easier that way. Easier doesn't mean better. Doesn't mean worse either. I watch her. She's good at walls. Better than most. But there's something in her voice. Something lonely. You've got a family now, I say. Temporarily. She looks at me. Really looks at me. Temporarily. Yeah. Until I kill you. Until you try. She almost smiles again. Confident. Realistic. We're close. Too close. When did that happen? I was on one side of the tower, she was on the other. Now we're inches apart, her shoulder against mine, her rifle resting where my arm was. Neither of us moves away. Below, Barnaby's humming, that tuneless sound that means he's either happy or planning something terrible. Your crew's insane, Jane says. Yeah. You're insane for leading them. Probably. And I'm insane for helping you. Definitely. She shifts. Her hand brushes mine on the stone. Neither of us pulls away. When this is over, she says quietly, one of us dies. I know. Doesn't bother you. I look at her profile in the darkness, at the way she's watching the forest like she can, will the sun not to rise. Bothers me more than it should, I admit. She doesn't respond, just keeps watching. The eastern horizon shows the first hint of gray. Not dawn yet, but close. 2 hours, Jane says. You scared? Terrified. Good, means you're smart. Or suicidal. Both, probably. She breathes out, slow, controlled. If I die here, you won't. If I do, she continues, make sure someone collects the bounty. Don't let 6 months of work go to waste. You're not dying. You don't know that. I do. I look at her, because I need you alive to try and kill me later. Keeps things interesting. She does smile then. Small, quick. Gone before I can be sure it was real. The drums start again. Low, methodical, distant but getting closer. Ashdown's done waiting. Here we go, Jane says. Below, the gang's moving, taking positions. Hyperion at the breach. Ironjaw beside him. Skeet climbing to the canopy. Barnaby disappearing into the keep. Ready. As ready as we'll ever be. I check my crossbow. Count bolts. 12. Not enough. Never enough. Jane's reloading her rifle, checking her pistols. Professional. Calm. Deadeye, she says. Yeah? If we survive this... When we survive this... She looks at me. When we survive this, I'm still taking you in. I know. Just so we're clear. Crystal. She nods, settles into position. Rifle ready. I settle beside her. Crossbow ready. 2 predators on a crumbling tower. Waiting for dawn. Waiting for war. The gray on the horizon spreads. Slow. Inevitable. The drums get louder. 2 hours, I say. Less, Jane corrects. They're moving early. She's right. Through the trees I can see movement. Torches. Lots of them. The Vipers are coming. Guess Ashdown's impatient, I mutter. Guess so. We watch the forest come alive with enemy soldiers. Still think we can hold? I ask. Jane doesn't answer for a long moment. Then, ask me when it's over. The drums stop. The forest goes silent. Then, from the darkness, a voice, amplified by magic, cold, precise. Last chance, thieves. Send out my daughter, or I will erase you from history. Colonel Mortimer Ashdown. My hand moves to my eye patch. Automatic. Can't help it. Jane notices. Doesn't comment. No response? She asks. What's the point? Defiance. Morale. Making him angry. He's already angry. Then let's make him furious. Before I can stop her, she stands, aims her rifle at the forest, fires. The shot echoes, loud, clear, a message. Come and take her. For a moment, nothing. Then the forest erupts. War horns, drums, the sound of 200 soldiers moving as one. Here they come, Jane says, settling back into position. I watch the black tide emerge from the trees.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 8. Jane. Dawn breaks grey and cold through the canopy. The Vipers come with it. I see them through my scope, a black tide of armour and steel flowing from the forest. The rest of the company, maybe 40 soldiers, moving in formation, professional, disciplined. They're moving, I say. Full assault. What's left of them? Deadeye's beside me, crossbow ready. How many? 40, maybe less. They lost 20 in the first probe. The artillery starts. Ballista bolts wreathed in frost magic slam into the walls. The fort shakes. Stone explodes. Dust and debris rain down. Here we go, Deadeye mutters. I track the lead elements through my scope. Officers, 3 of them, coordinating the advance. I fire. The first officer drops. Headshot. Reload. Breathe. Fire. Second officer down. The third one sees his companions fall, orders his troops to scatter, smart. I track him. He's moving, using his soldiers as cover. Professional. I wait, patient. He pauses, just for a second, checking his position. I fire. He drops. 3 officers down, I report. Show off, Deadeye says, but there's approval in his voice. The Vipers hit the breach. Maybe 15 soldiers in this wave. Hyperion's there, roaring defiance. His sledgehammer swings, armour crumples, bodies fly. Iron jaw beside him, axe cutting through shields like paper. Skeet screaming positions from above, actually useful for once. The kill zone fills with vipers. They're funneling exactly where I designed. The barricades hold them, channel them, make them easy targets. I fire, reload, fire, each shot a kill. Deadeye's crossbow thunks beside me, rhythmic, steady. A viper mage trying to cast, bolt through the throat. Another soldier climbing the rubble, bolt through the chest. We work in silence. A team. He tracks left, I track right. Overlapping fields of fire. Efficient. The wave breaks against Hyperion like water against stone. Bodies pile up. The vipers fall back. Breathing room. I lower my rifle. My hands are shaking. Adrenaline. Can't stop it. Deadeye notices. You good? Fine. Your hands say different. I clench my fists, try to steady them. Can't. He reaches out, takes my hands in his. They're rough, calloused, steady. Breathe, he says. I do. Slow, controlled. Our eyes meet. Too close, again. When did we get this close? His hand still on mine, steadying me, grounding me. I should pull away, I don't. Jane? I kiss him. Don't think. Just do it. Sudden, rough, desperate. He responds, immediate, his hand in my hair, pulling me closer. It's not gentle, not romantic, just need. Survival instinct, blood and adrenaline and the certainty we might die in the next 10 minutes. I break it, push him back. That was stupid, I say. Yeah. Neither of us moves away. I'm still shaking. Worse now. The fear's catching up. The reality. We're outnumbered, outgunned. This fort's falling apart. I need to burn it off. The fear, the adrenaline, all of it. I make a choice. When it's over, I stand, wipe my mouth, adjust my gear, back to business. Neither of us speaks. I pick up my rifle, check the chamber, reload. Professional. Like nothing happened. Dead eyes silent, breathing hard, processing. That, he starts. Don't, I say. We don't talk about it. But we don't. He nods, slowly. Right. I settle back into position, scope up, scanning the forest. The vipers are regrouping. I can see officers organising the survivors, maybe 20 soldiers left, setting up for another push. They're coming again, I say. My voice is steady, professional. Deadeye clears his throat. Let them come. He's beside me again. Crossbow ready, back in professional mode. But something's shifted. We both feel it. The air's different between us now. Charged. I push it down, focus on the forest, on the targets. The drums start again. Slower, heavier. The second wave's forming. Then I hear it. Screaming. Not human screaming. Animal screaming. From the forest visible through the trees. Viper soldiers dragging creatures. A deer. Foxes. A wolf. They stake them out in view of the fort. Then they start cutting. Slow. Methodical. Making them scream. What the hell? Deadeye breathes. I track the soldier doing the cutting through my scope. Huge, scarred, dark elf with a face like hammered metal. He's smiling as he works. Sergeant Villas, I say. Psychological warfare. That's not warfare, that's another scream. The deer thrashing, dying slow. Below in the courtyard, I hear Skeet retching. Hyperion's turned away. Even Ironjaw looks shaken. From inside the keep, I hear crying. Cecily, she can hear it too. Make it stop, Deadeye growls. Can't. He's out of range. Then get in range. If I move positions, I lose sight of the breach. They'll flank us. Deadeye's hands are white-knuckled on his crossbow. So we just listen? So we survive, and we kill him later. The screaming continues. Villas moves to the next animal, the wolf. It tries to bite him. He laughs. In the keep, Cecily's crying harder. I force myself to focus on the forest, on the vipers regrouping, on the tactical situation. Not on the screaming, not on the sobbing from the keep, not on what kind of man orders this. Your colonel's a monster, I say quietly. Deadeye's jaw tightens. He's not my colonel. He's her father. Yeah. The second wave starts moving. Slower this time, more cautious. They've learned from the first assault. Smart. I track the lead elements. They're using the trees better, covering each other. Professional doctrine. They're adapting, I say. Can we hold? I count the soldiers, maybe 20 left. Estimate their formation, calculate our ammunition. Once more, maybe twice if we're lucky. And then we're out of bullets and hoping Hyperion can hold the breach alone. Deadeye's quiet, thinking. The vipers reach the kill zone, more careful this time, not bunching up. I fire, one down. They scatter, using the rubble for cover. Deadeye fires, clips one in the shoulder. Not fatal, they're learning. The assault hits the breach. Maybe a dozen soldiers, more coordinated this time. Hyperion's holding. Barely. Ironjaw's bleeding from a cut on his arm. Still fighting. Skeet drops rocks. One actually hits a viper in the head. Miracle. I'm firing as fast as I can reload. Each shot counts. Can't waste ammunition. Deadeye beside me. His rhythm's off. He's distracted. The screaming's getting to him too. Focus, I say. I am focused. You're thinking about the animals. Hard not to. Think about staying alive instead. Another wave crashes against the breach. Hyperion's sledgehammer never stops moving. Bodies pile higher. But they're pushing through now, getting past the kill zone, into the courtyard. They're breaching! Deadeye shouts. I swing my rifle toward the courtyard. Start picking off vipers who made it through. Not enough. Too many. Deadeye drops his crossbow, grabs his cleaver. I'm going down. Wait! He's already moving, down the tower stairs, into the fight. I watch him hit the courtyard, cleaver flashing. He's fast, brutal, cuts through a viper's guard, drives the blade into his chest. Hyperion rallies, sees Deadeye fighting, roars, pushes harder, iron jaw on the flank, axe swinging in wide arcs. Clearing space. The vipers falter, fall back. They retreat. Again. Second wave broken. But we've got wounded now. Ironjaw's bleeding from multiple cuts. Hyperion's limping. Deadeye's got a gash across his ribs. Below, Edith's already dragging Ironjaw toward her medical station, screaming at him about stupidity. The screaming from the forest stops. Villas has run out of animals, for now. The fort's quiet except for heavy breathing, groaning wounded. Deadeye climbs back up to the tower, cleaver still dripping red, ribs gashed but ignored. His chest heaves, green skin slick with sweat and enemy blood. The second he crests the stairs, I see it. His trousers straining obscenely, the thick outline of his manhood pressing against the leather like it's trying to tear free. Rock hard, throbbing visibly with every heartbeat.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Deadeye watches me, eye dark, chest still heaving, satisfied, Possessive. I pick up my rifle, check the chamber, reload. He tucks himself away, still half-hard, obscene, even soft. Neither of us speaks. I settle back into position. Scope up, scanning the forest. The vipers are still out there, regrouping. But the air between us is thicker now, charged, marked. I push it down. Focus on the next target. We'll kill again. And when we do, I know what comes after.
Chapter 9. Deadeye. The descent from the tower was a slow crawl back to reality. My boots felt heavier with every stone step, the phantom heat of Jane's skin cooling too fast in the damp morning air. On the tower we were gods. Down here we were just rats in a trap. The courtyard smelled of wet ash and fresh blood. I didn't look back up at her. I couldn't afford to. The screaming won't stop. I found Hyperion hunched by a stack of crates. I set to work checking his wounds. Shallow cuts mostly, the kind that bleed more than they kill. But my hands were clumsy. Every time the deer shrieked from the forest, my focus splintered. Slow. Agonizing. Villas is making a point. My mind keeps drifting back to the tower. To Jane. To what happened. I don't know what that was. Stupid. Reckless. Necessary. All of the above. I can still feel her hands. Her mouth. The desperate need to just feel something other than fear. Deadeye. I blink. Hyperion's watching me. You good? He asks. Yeah, fine. He looks down. At my trousers. At the very obvious wet stain. Then back up at me. His eyebrow rises. Don't, I say. Didn't say anything. You're thinking it. Battle got intense, huh? His mouth twitches, almost a smile. Get off. Ironjaw walks over, sees Hyperion's expression, follows his gaze. He looks at my trousers, at the stain, then at me. Seriously, he says. Not a word. The pink skin? Ironjaw asks. I don't answer. Don't need to. Ironjaw laughs, actually laughs. In the middle of a siege, on the tower, while people are dying. We were taking a break. That's not what I'd call it. Can we focus on the fact we're about to die? Sure, Ironjaw says, still grinning. But at least you'll die happy. Hyperion shakes his head. Impressive timing. Both of you can go to hell. But I'm almost smiling too. Can't help it. It was stupid. Reckless. I'd do it again. The screaming from the forest cuts through the moment. Another animal dying. Slow. The mood shifts. Back to grim reality. How bad? I ask Hyperion, nodding at his shoulder. He flexes, winces. I'll live. For another hour anyway. That's the spirit. Ironjaw sitting against a wall now, while Edith stitches a gash on his arm. He's not complaining. That's how I know it's bad. Stop squirming, Edith snaps. I'm not squirming? You're squirming like a child. She pulls the thread tight. He hisses. There. Don't die before the next assault. Wouldn't dream of it. Skeet's in the corner, shaking. He's been useless since the animal screaming started. Can't blame him. It's getting to all of us. Another scream from the forest. Long. Terrible. Skeet covers his ears. Make it stop. Please make it stop. Can't, I say. Why not? Because he's doing exactly what he wants. Breaking our morale. It's working. I look around the courtyard. At my crew. Exhausted. Wounded. Terrified. Edith straightens, wipes blood off her hands. She walks over to me. Her face is hard. That's enough, she says quietly. What? This. All of this. She gestures at the fort. At the forest. We end it. Now. How? Give them the girl. Let her go home to her monster of a father. I shake my head. He'll kill us anyway. Then we die clean. Her voice is steel. Not listening to this. Not becoming the kind of people who ignore torture because it's convenient. We didn't start this. We're letting it continue. She looks at me. Really looks at me. That makes us complicit. I've never seen Edith back down from anything. Never seen her compromise. She raised me to be strong, to survive, to do whatever it takes. But there's disappointment in her eyes now. For the first time, she's ashamed of me. Edith, fix this boy, or I will. She walks away, back to her medical station. I stand there, alone in the courtyard. The screaming continues. Jane's voice from above. Deadeye! They're massing for another assault! Right, the girl. I head into the keep. Down the corridor to the storage room where we're holding Cecily. She's curled against the wall, hands over her ears, sobbing. The door's thick, but not thick enough. She can still hear it. I step inside. She doesn't look up. Please make it stop, she says. Her voice is raw. Please. I don't answer. Don't have an answer. My father. She looks up. Her face is tear-streaked. Broken. He's doing this. Yeah, he wouldn't. He's a hero. He's... Another scream cuts her off. She flinches like she's been struck. He protects people, she says. But there's no conviction left. He maintains order. He's a butcher, I say flatly. No, you can hear what he's doing. That's not him. That's the sergeant. That monster Villis. My father wouldn't. Your father ordered it. She shakes her head. Desperate. You don't know that. I know men like him. This is how they work. Terror. Pain. Control. I crouch in front of her. Your father doesn't care who gets hurt. Not the animals. Not his soldiers. Not even you. That's not true. Then why is he shelling a fort with you inside? She doesn't answer. Why hasn't he tried to negotiate? To extract you? To do anything except pound these walls until they collapse on top of you? He's trying to save me. By burying you alive? She's crying again. Harder now. I should feel something. Pity, maybe. Guilt. I just feel tired. Why does he hate you so much? She asks, suddenly. My hand moves to my eye patch. Automatic. I stole from him, I say. 5 years ago. That's why he's doing this, for theft. That's why he took my eye. She goes very still. What? I stole from his estate. Got caught. He had me restrained. I touched the patch. Then he ordered a subordinate to heat a poker and take my eye. Called it a lesson in manners. Her face drains of color. He did that to you. While offering me tea. No, my father wouldn't. Your father absolutely would. She's shaking her head. Denial. But I can see the cracks forming. The doubt. He's a good man, she whispers. But she doesn't believe it anymore. The fort shakes. Artillery. They're starting again. I stand. Stay here, stay quiet, this'll be over soon. One way or another. One way or another. I leave her there. Head back to the courtyard. Jane's climbing down from the tower. They're coming. Final assault. Everything they've got left. How many? 15. Maybe 20. They're bringing the artillery up close. Trying to collapse the breach completely. Can we hold? She looks at the crew. At Hyperion limping. At Iron Jaw with his arm in a sling. At Skeet cowering. No, she says. We can't. The drums start. Louder. Closer. Hyperion picks up his sledgehammer. Then we die fighting. Or, Jane says, we don't die at all. Everyone turns to look at her. The tunnels, she says. We use them. Come up behind their lines. Hit their command. Kill Ashdown. Kill his officers. The rest scatter. That's suicide, Ironjaw says. So is this. Hyperion nods slowly. The tunnels exit south of the Viper camp. We'd have to move fast. Quiet. How many can go? I ask. Tunnel's narrow, Hyperion says. 3, maybe 4. Any more and we're too loud. I look at everyone, my crew, at the fort that's falling apart. This is it. Last chance. Stay here and get crushed, or go out and take the fight to them. We vote, I say. Who's in for a suicide mission? Hyperion's hand goes up immediately. Iron Jaw, bleeding and battered, raises his good arm. Screw it. I'm already dead anyway. Skeet's hand trembles, but it goes up. I can scout. From above. After you go through. Edith doesn't raise her hand, but she nods. Someone needs to stay. Hold the fort. Make them think we're all still here. Barnaby materializes from the shadows, grinning. Oh, how delightful. A midnight raid. Can I come? Please say I can come. No, I say. You stay here with Edith. If things go wrong, you collapse the tunnel behind us. His face falls, but... That's an order. He pouts, but doesn't argue. I look at Jane. You in? I didn't track you for 6 months to watch you die in a tunnel. Yeah, I'm in. Then it's decided. I look at the crew. My family. Hyperion, Jane, and me. We go through the tunnels. Hit their command. Iron Jaw, you're too wounded. You stay here with Edith. Hold the fort. Make noise. Make them think we're all still fighting. And if you don't come back, Iron Jaw asks, then you die gloriously holding the breach. Edith writes a poem about it. Everyone wins. He laughs. Bitter. Crap plan. You got a better one? No. The fort shakes again. The eastern wall groans. It's going to collapse completely soon. How long do we have? I ask Jane. She checks the sun. Hour, maybe less. Then we prep now. Hyperion, show us the tunnels. Jane, grab what ammunition you can carry, light and fast. No armor. Everyone moves. Edith grabs my arm. You come back, boy. I'll try. Don't try, do it. She pulls me down, kisses my forehead. I didn't raise you to die in a tunnel. You raised me to be a thief. And thieves are survivors. So survive. She lets me go. I head for the cellar. Hyperion's already there, moving a false panel in the wall. Behind it, darkness. A tunnel. Old. Damp. Narrow. Jane arrives with her rifle and pistols. Light load. Professional. She doesn't look at me. Doesn't mention the tower. Good. Last chance to back out, I say. You first. Hyperion looks at both of us. Once we're in, there's no turning back. Tunnel's too narrow to reverse. We go forward or we die in the dark. Encouraging, Jane says. From above, the drums intensify. The assault's starting. Now or never, I say. Hyperion nods, lights a torch, steps into the tunnel. I follow, Jane behind me. The darkness swallows us whole. Behind us, I hear Edith shouting orders. Iron Jaw roaring defiance. The sounds of battle. We're leaving them to hold the fort, while we hunt the hunter, in the dark, beneath an army. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done, which means it might just work. The tunnel narrows. Hyperion has to crouch. I follow his torch. Jane's breathing behind me. Steady. Controlled. We move in silence. Toward Ashdown. Toward vengeance. Toward whatever ending waits in the dark. The fort shakes above us. Artillery. Keep fighting, I think. Just keep fighting. We're coming.
Chapter 10. Jane. The tunnel smells like death and wet earth. I follow Deadeye's back through the darkness, one hand on the stone wall, the other on my pistol. Hyperion's torch flickers ahead, casting wild shadows that make the walls seem alive. The tunnel's narrow, claustrophobic. The ceiling's so low, Hyperion has to hunch, his massive shoulders scraping stone. I can hear him breathing, slow, controlled, like he's trying not to panic. Can't blame him. If this tunnel collapses, we die down here, buried alive under a fort that's already falling apart. Behind us, distant and muffled, I hear artillery. The final assault. Edith and the others holding the line while we crawl through the dark like rats. "How much further?" I whisper. "Half a mile," Hyperion says. His voice echoes. "Maybe more. Haven't used these tunnels in years." Encouraging. I'm a realist. Deadeye doesn't say anything, just keeps moving. I can see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hand grips his cleaver too tight. He's thinking about what's waiting at the end of this tunnel. Ashdown, the man who took his eye. I should be thinking about tactics, about positions, about how we're going to kill a colonel and his officers without getting killed ourselves. Instead, I'm thinking about the tower, about his hands in my hair, my mouth on him, the desperate need to feel something other than fear. Stupid, professional killers don't get distracted. But I can still taste him. "Jane," I blink. Deadeye's stopped, turned to look at me. "You good?" he asks quietly. "Fine." "You're breathing loud." "The air's thin down here." He doesn't believe me, but he doesn't push, just turns back and keeps walking. The tunnel narrows further. I have to turn sideways to squeeze through. My rifle catches on a rock outcrop. I curse, adjust it, keep moving. Hyperion stops. "What?" Deadeye asks. "Cave in, partial." Hyperion raises his torch. Ahead, the tunnel's blocked by fallen stone. Not completely, there's a gap at the top, maybe 2 feet high. "We'll have to crawl." "Damn," Deadeye mutters. Hyperion goes first, sets the torch down, starts climbing. His bulk barely fits through the gap. I hear stone scraping, his laboured breathing. Then he's through. Deadeye motions to me. "You're next." "Why me?" "Because if it collapses, I'd rather you get crushed than me." "Charming." I climb. The gap's tighter than it looks. I have to ditch my rifle, push it through ahead of me, then squeeze after it. My shoulders barely fit. Stone scrapes my back. I'm stuck for a second. Can't move forward, can't move back. Panic rises. "Breathe," Deadeye says behind me. "Exhale, you're too tense." I exhale, relax, wriggle forward. My hips catch. I twist. Something tears, my shirt maybe. Then I'm through, tumbling onto the tunnel floor on the other side. Hyperion helps me up. "You good?" "Peachy." Deadeye comes through easier. He's leaner, moves like water. Grabs his cleaver from where he left it, straightens. We keep moving. The tunnel slopes upward now. The air's fresher. I can smell pine. Smoke. We're close. "How close?" I whisper. 30 yards, Hyperion says. "Exit's hidden. Thick brush. Should come out south of their camp." "Should?" "It's been 5 years." "What if they found it?" "Then we die fast." The tunnel ends at a wall of roots and dirt. Hyperion pushes. The wall gives. Light filters through. Not much. Twilight. We wait. Listen. Voices, distant. Soldiers talking. Relaxed. Not on alert. Good. Hyperion pushes through. Disappears. A moment later, his hand reaches back through the gap. Deadeye goes. Then me. I emerge into thick underbrush. The overgrown woodland at its densest. I can barely see 3 feet ahead. The canopy's so thick it's near dark, even though the sun hasn't fully set. Perfect cover. Hyperion points. Through the trees, maybe 50 yards away. Firelight. The Viper camp. We move slow. Silent. Hyperion's surprisingly quiet for his size. Deadeye's a ghost. I follow, placing each step careful. Professional. We reach the camp's edge. Crouch behind a fallen log. The camp's organised. Military precision. Tents in rows. A command tent at the centre. Larger, better made. Artillery emplacements on the north side, aimed at the fort. Sentries patrolling, but their attention's on the fort, not behind them. I count soldiers, maybe 15. The rest must be at the fort, attacking. There, Deadeye whispers, points at the command tent. I scope it. 2 guards at the entrance, light inside, shadows moving. That's where Ashdown is? I ask. Has to be. I scan the camp, looking for officers, for targets, movement. A figure emerges from a smaller tent, tall, dark elf, scarred face like hammered metal, huge, Sergeant Villas. My finger tightens on my rifle. I see him, Deadeye growls. We stick to the plan, I say. Ashdown first, then the officers. Screw the plan, that's the bastard who tortured animals, I finish. I know, but if we take him out first, we alert the whole camp. Ashdown hears fighting, he escapes, we lose. Deadeye's breathing hard, his hands white-knuckled on his cleaver. Deadeye, I say quietly. We stick to the plan. He doesn't answer for a long moment. Then, fine, Ashdown first, then I gut that jerk. I nod, look at Hyperion. You take the sentries, quiet. We need to get inside that tent without raising alarm. What about the artillery crews? Hyperion asks. Good question. 3 crews, maybe 9 soldiers total. If we hit the command tent, they'll hear. They'll respond. We can't take them all, Deadeye says. We don't have to. I pull a small satchel from my pack, stolen from the fort's armory, blasting powder. Hyperion, after you take the sentries, you hit the artillery, plant these, light the fuses, give us 2 minutes inside, then blow it. The explosion covers our exit. And if you're still inside the tent? Hyperion asks. Then we're dead and it doesn't matter. He takes the satchel, nods. 2 minutes, I say. Then everything goes loud. We move. Hyperion circles left, toward the command tent. I go right with Deadeye. We use the shadows, the thick brush. The Vipers are focused on the fort, on the bombardment. They don't see us. We're 20 yards from the command tent when Hyperion makes his move. The first sentry doesn't see him coming. Hyperion's hands close around his throat. Snap. The sentry drops. Silent. The second sentry turns, opens his mouth to shout. My pistol's already up. Silenced shot. He drops. Hyperion drags both bodies into the shadows. Deadeye and I are at the tent. I peer through a gap in the canvas. Inside, 3 figures. Colonel Mortimer Ashdown. Tall, silver-haired, immaculate even in a war camp. He's studying a map. Beside him, Captain Giles Gunnery. Calm, professional, spyglass on the table. And a third, another officer. I don't recognise him. 3 targets, I whisper. I take Ashdown. Deadeye says. No, I take Ashdown. You're too emotional. You'll screw it up. His eye narrows. That's your revenge, I know, but I'm the better shot. And if we screw this up, we all die. I meet his gaze. Trust me. He wants to argue. I can see it. Then he nods. Once. Gunnery's mine then. Deal. Hyperion's at the artillery now, moving between the emplacements, placing charges. The crews don't see him. They're watching the fort burn. We have maybe a minute. I check my pistols. Loaded. Ready. Deadeye grips his cleaver. On 3, I say. 1. I breathe. Slow. Controlled. 2. Deadeye tenses. 3. We burst through the tent flap. Ashdown looks up. His eyes widen. I fire. The bullet takes him in the shoulder. Not fatal. He stumbles back. Damn, Deadeye's already moving. Gunnery draws a sidearm. Deadeye's cleaver flashes. The gun flies from Gunnery's hand. Deadeye follows through, drives the blade into Gunnery's chest. The third officer lunges at me. I dodge, fire again. Headshot. He drops. Ashdown's on the ground, clutching his shoulder. ice magic building in his free hand. You, he hisses. I aim at his head. Behind me, Deadeye turns, sees Ashdown, sees the man who took his eye. Wait, Deadeye says. I don't lower my pistol. We don't have time. I said wait. Deadeye walks over, stands above Ashdown. The colonel looks up at him. Recognition dawns. The thief, Ashdown says, blood on his lips. You should have stayed dead. So should you, Deadeye says, and drives his cleaver through Ashdown's throat. Blood sprays. Ashdown gurgles, tries to cast. Can't. The ice magic fizzles. He dies. Deadeye pulls the cleaver free, breathing hard. Now we run, I say, outside, shouting. Someone found the bodies. We burst from the tent, soldiers turning, weapons raising. I fire, drop two, Deadeye beside me, cleaver swinging. Then the artillery explodes. The blast is massive, fire and shrapnel. The emplacements go up like a volcano, soldiers scream. The camp descends into chaos. Hyperion emerges from the smoke, sledgehammer in hand. Run! We run. Through the camp, soldiers everywhere, confused, panicking. Some try to stop us. Hyperion's hammer takes them down. I'm firing as I move. Deadeye's cleaver never stops. We hit the tree line. Behind us, the camp's burning. Ashdown's dead. Gunnery's dead. The artillery's destroyed. We did it. We actually did it. Keep moving, Hyperion shouts. They'll regroup. We plunge into the forest, back toward the fort. The long way around. Can't use the tunnels. They'll expect that. Above us, through the trees, I hear something. Skeet's voice, distant, calling coordinates. The fort's still fighting. We run harder. We've cut off the head. Now we just have to survive long enough to see if the body dies.
Chapter 11. Deadeye. We're halfway back to the fort when I realize my hands won't stop shaking. Not fear. Not adrenaline. Relief. Ashdown's dead. The man who held me down. Who smiled while they heated the poker. Who took my eye like it was nothing. Dead. By my hand. I should feel triumphant. Victorious. Instead, I just feel empty. Deadeye. Jane's beside me. We're moving through the forest at a run. Hyperion's ahead, bulldozing through undergrowth. Behind us, the Viper camp's still burning, screaming, chaos. You good? She asks. Fine. You're shaking. I'm fine. She doesn't push, just keeps pace beside me. We break through a clearing. The fort's visible ahead, half a mile. The eastern wall's still standing, barely, smoke rising. But I don't hear artillery anymore. The bombardment stopped. They know, Hyperion says, slowing. The Vipers know their commanders are dead. Will they scatter? I ask. Depends who's left in charge. Jane's scanning the forest, rifle up. If they've got a competent sergeant, they might regroup. If not... A horn sounds from the direction of the Viper camp. Long, mournful. Retreat. That's your answer, Jane says. We watch through the trees as torches start moving. South, away from the fort. The Vipers are pulling back, not scattered, organized withdrawal, professional. But they're leaving. We did it, Hyperion says quietly. I still can't believe it. We actually did it. Don't celebrate yet, Jane says. We're not back inside. She's right. We move toward the fort. Careful. The forest could still have stragglers, wounded Vipers, sentries who didn't get the retreat order. We're 100 yards from the gates when I hear it. Singing, drunk singing. The gates crack open. Skeet stumbles out, bottle in hand, wings flapping erratically. They did it! He screams. The bastards actually did it! Behind him, Ironjaw appears, arm still in a sling. He's grinning, actually grinning. You beautiful green jerk, Ironjaw says as we approach. You mad, beautiful bastard. Edith's at the gates. She sees me, and her face does something complicated. Relief, anger, love, all at once. Then she slaps me. Hard. That's for scaring me, she says. Ow. She pulls me into a hug, crushing. And that's for coming back. I hug her back. Couldn't die. You'd kill me. Damn right. We're inside the gates now. The courtyard's a mess. Bodies, blood, broken barricades. But everyone's alive. The whole gang. Battered, exhausted, alive. Barnaby appears, spinning in circles. Oh, it was magnificent. The explosions, the screaming. Did you see the fire? Of course you saw the fire. You made the fire. Tell me everything. Every delicious detail. Later, I say. But later. He pouts but backs off. I look around. Casualties? None dead, Edith says. Iron Jaw's got a collection of new holes. Hyperion's shoulder's worse. Skeet's drunk but intact. And the hostage? Still tied up, still crying, still alive. Good. We might actually need her now. If the Vipers regroup, if they send word to the capital, having the Colonel's daughter might be our only leverage. Jane's already on the wall, scope up, scanning the forest. Professional, always working. I climb up beside her. See anything? Stragglers, maybe 5 or 6 Vipers, moving south. They're not coming back. So we won. She lowers her scope, looks at me. We survived. That's not the same thing. Close enough. Below, the gang's celebrating. Skeet's sharing his bottle. Iron Jaw's recounting the defense, making himself sound more heroic than he probably was. Hyperion's sitting by the fire, exhausted. Even Barnaby's bouncing around like a child at a festival. We should check on Cecily, Jane says. Right, the girl. We climb down, head into the keep. The storage room's quiet. Too quiet. I open the door. Cecily's exactly where we left her, tied to the beam. But she's not crying anymore. She's just sitting, staring at nothing. You're alive, she says. Flat, emotionless. Disappointed? I ask. My father? I don't answer. Don't need to. She closes her eyes. He's dead. Yeah. You killed him. Yeah. She's quiet for a long moment. Then, good. That surprises me. Good? Jane asks. Cecily opens her eyes. They're red. Raw. But there's something else there now. Something hard. He was going to let me die. I heard the bombardment. I heard the animals screaming. He didn't care. She looks at me. What you said, about the eye, about what he did to you, it's true, isn't it? Every word. He was a monster. Yes. And I defended him. She laughs, bitter, broken. I spent my whole life defending a monster. Jane crouches in front of her. What happens now? What do you mean? The Vipers are retreating. They'll regroup. Send word to the capital. When they do, what will you tell them? Cecily's quiet, thinking. I could tell them the truth, she says. That you kidnapped me. That you killed my father. They'd hunt you, execute you, slowly. You could, I say. Or you could lie. She looks at me. Why would I do that? Because your father was going to let you die to protect his reputation. Because we're the ones who kept you alive. Because maybe you're tired of being a good little daughter to a monster. She stares at me for a long moment. Then she smiles. Small. Cold. Untie me, she says. I don't move. Why? Because I'm going to need my hands free if I'm going to help you. Help us? The Vipers will send riders to the capital. When they do, I'll go with them. I'll tell them my father died heroically defending me. That the criminals were killed in the assault. That I barely escaped. She tilts her head. But I'll need to look the part. Traumatized. Beaten. Barely alive. Jane's watching her carefully. You'd lie for us. I'd lie for me, Cecily corrects. My father's dead. I inherit his title, his estate, his position, but only if I'm seen as the grieving daughter, the survivor, not the fool who got kidnapped by common thieves. Smart, cold, ruthless. I like her. I cut her bonds. She rubs her wrists, stands, wobbly, hasn't walked in days. I'll need clothes, something torn, bloody, make it look like I fought. We can do that, Jane says, and I'll need someone to rough me up. Nothing permanent, just convincing. I look at Jane. She shrugs. I'll do it. Edith's voice from the doorway. She's leaning there, wooden spoon in hand. I've been wanting to slap a highborn for years. Cecily actually smiles. Make it look good. Oh, I will. As Edith leads Cecily away, I hear footsteps. Running. Skeet bursts into the hall. Deadeye! You need to see this. What? Just come. We follow him to the courtyard. He points at the keep entrance, at a figure emerging from the shadows. Barnaby. He's carrying something, dragging it. A body. No, not dead. Unconscious. A dark elf. Viper armor, badly wounded. I found him, Barnaby says, delighted. He was crawling away from the burning camp. Dying. I saved him. Aren't I helpful? I look at the soldier. Young, maybe 20, missing his left arm, bleeding badly. Why did you bring him here? I ask. Because he kept saying the most interesting things. Barnaby kneels beside the soldier, pats his face. Wake up, darling. Tell them what you told me. The soldier's eyes flutter open. He sees us. Tries to move. Can't. Please, he whispers. Please kill me. Soon, Barnaby says cheerfully. But first, tell them about Sergeant Villas. The soldier's face goes pale. He's alive. Wasn't at the camp. Was leading a patrol. North. When the attack happened. My blood goes cold. How many with him? Jane asks. 5, maybe 6. Where? I don't know. He left before the retreat order. He might not know the colonel's dead. He might... The soldier coughs. Blood. He's dying. He might come back. I finish. The soldier nods. Then his eyes close. He stops breathing. Barnaby looks disappointed. Oh, he died. That's boring. But I'm not listening. I'm looking at Jane, at Hyperion, at Iron Jaw. Villas is still out there, I say. With 6 soldiers, Iron Jaw adds, against our exhausted crew. Can we hold if he attacks? I ask Jane. She's already calculating. Barely. We're low on ammunition. Wounded. If he hits us with fresh troops. He won't, a voice says. We turn. Cecily. She's changed into torn, bloody clothes. Edith's already worked her over. There's a split lip, a black eye, bruises forming. She looks like she barely survived. Perfect. I'll go to them, Cecily says. Tell them the colonel wants them to escort me to safety. Regroup with the main force. By the time Villas learns the truth, we're long gone. He won't believe you, I say. He will. Because I'm the colonel's daughter. And because I'm a very good liar. She looks at all of us. But I'll need someone to come with me. To sell it. To make it look like one of you captured me. Turned me over for mercy. Everyone's quiet. Then Barnaby steps forward. I'll go, he says. We all stare at him. You? I say. I'm a very good liar, too. He grins, adjusts his cracked monocle. And I've always wanted to meet Sergeant Villas. He sounds delightful. He'll kill you, Jane says. Perhaps, or perhaps he won't. Barnaby looks at Cecily. What do you think, my porcelain queen? Shall we go tell lies together? Cecily studies him, really looks at him for the first time. Then she smiles. Yes, she says. Let's. And I realize this is how the end often starts.
Chapter 12. Jane. I watch Barnaby and Cecily leave through the gates at first light. It's the stupidest plan I've ever heard. Which means it might actually work. Barnaby's playing the role of reluctant traitor, hands bound in front of him, loosely so he can slip free, head down, shuffling. Cecily's playing the traumatized daughter, limping, one hand on his shoulder for support, the perfect image of a highborn girl barely surviving captivity. They're convincing. Too convincing. This is insane, Ironjaw mutters beside me on the wall. Yep. If Villas sees through it? Then they're dead and we fight. Comforting. I track them through my scope as they disappear into the tree line, heading north, toward where the Viper patrol was last seen. Deadeye's in the courtyard below, organising defences, just in case. Hyperion's reinforcing the breach, again. Skeet's passed out in a corner, empty bottle beside him. Edith's making breakfast. I can smell it from here. It's somehow worse than her stew. You think they'll actually do it? Ironjaw asks. Cecily? Yes. She's ruthless. Saw it in her eyes. I meant Barnaby. Oh. I lower my scope. No idea. He's completely insane. That's what worries me. We wait. An hour passes. Then 2. The sun's fully up now. The overgrown woodland looks almost peaceful in the morning light. Hard to believe there was a battle here last night. Hard to believe we're still alive. Movement. I scope it. North tree line. 6 figures. Dark elf armour. Viper colours. Sergeant Villas and his patrol. They're walking, not running. Relaxed. And in the middle of them, Barnaby and Cecily. They bought it. Ironjaw breathes. I track Villas through my scope. He's massive, scarred, that face like hammered metal. He's talking to Cecily. She's nodding, playing her part. They're 50 yards from the fort now. 40. Villas stops, says something to his soldiers. They spread out. Wrong formation. They're not escorting, they're flanking. Damn, I say. What? He knows. He's positioning for an attack. Deadeye's voice from below. Jane? Villas knows, I shout. He's... Villas moves. Fast. Grabs Cecily by the throat, lifts her off the ground. Barnaby spins. His hands slip free of the bonds. Purple light explodes from his palms. Chaos magic. The forest goes insane. Trees twist. The ground ripples. One of Villas's soldiers screams as vines erupt from the earth and drag him down. Another soldier charges Barnaby, gets hit by a blast of purple energy. His armour melts. He drops, screaming. Villas throws Cecily aside. She hits a tree. Hard. Doesn't get up. I'm already firing. Headshot. One soldier drops. Reload. Fire. Another down. Deadeye's running from the courtyard. Cleaver in hand. Roaring. Villas sees him coming. Draws a massive sword. Grins. They collide. It's brutal. Deadeye's fast, but Villas is stronger. The sword slams into Deadeye's cleaver. Sparks fly. Deadeye's forced back. Villas follows. Relentless. He's toying with Deadeye. Enjoying it. I line up a shot. Can't take it. They're moving too fast. Too close together. Below, Hyperion charges from the breach. Sledgehammer raised. Villas sees him. Dodges Deadeye's strike. Spins. His sword meets Hyperion's hammer. The impact sounds like a thunderclap. Hyperion stumbles. Villas is already moving. Kicks Deadeye in the chest. Deadeye goes down. 3 of us against 1 of him. And he's winning. Barnaby's still casting. The ground around Villas keeps warping, trying to trap him. But Villas is too fast, too experienced. He knows how to fight mages. I need a shot, just 1 clean shot. Villas raises his sword, brings it down toward Deadeye's head. Hyperion throws his hammer. It hits Villas in the ribs. He staggers. The sword misses, buries itself in the ground beside Deadeye's head. I fire. Hit Villas in the shoulder. He roars, doesn't go down. What is he made of? He rips the hammer out of the ground, throws it back at Hyperion. The Minotaur barely dodges. Deadeye's up now, bleeding, furious. He charges again. Villis catches him by the throat, one-handed, lifts him off the ground. You should have stayed in your hole, thief. Villis growls. I'm lining up another shot. Head this time. Kill shot. Then Cecily screams. Not in fear, in rage. She's up, blood streaming from her nose. She's picked up a dead viper's sword, and she's running at Villis. He doesn't see her, too focused on Deadeye. She drives the sword into his back. Villis drops Deadeye, stumbles forward, reaches back, can't quite grasp the blade. I fire, headshot. He drops. Finally, silence, just breathing, groaning, the sound of wind through twisted trees. Barnaby's on his knees, exhausted. Chaos magic burns energy fast. Deadeye's on the ground, coughing, alive. Hyperion's retrieving his hammer, limping, and Cecily's standing over Villis's corpse, sword still in hand, covered in blood, his and hers. She looks different. Not the highborn girl who fell out of a sack, not the traumatized victim, something else. Something dangerous. I climb down from the wall, walk over to the bodies, check them. All dead. Villis and his 5 soldiers. That's it. The last of the Black Vipers. The siege is over. We actually survived. Deadeye's sitting up now. Edith's fussing over him, checking his throat where Villis grabbed him. He's bruised, battered, but alive. That was stupid, Edith says. Charging him like that. Stupid and reckless and... I know. You could have died. I know. She slaps him, then hugs him. I look at Cecily. She's still standing over Villis, staring down at him. You good? I ask. He was going to kill him, she says quietly. Deadeye. He was going to kill him. Yeah. I couldn't let that happen. Why not? She looks at me. Because he killed my father, and if anyone gets to be angry about that, it's me, not some brute. Not exactly a confession of caring, but close enough. Barnaby staggers over, collapses beside Cecily. That was exhilarating. Did you see? I turned that one soldier's armour into pudding. Well, not pudding exactly, more of a liquid. And the trees. Did you see the trees? They were dancing. Cecily looks down at him. You saved my life. Well, yes, couldn't let you die. That would be terribly inconvenient. Thank you. He blinks, surprised. You're welcome, my porcelain queen. She reaches down, helps him up. They stand there, blood-covered, exhausted, looking at each other. You're completely insane, she says. Utterly, he agrees. We're nothing alike. Absolutely nothing. This would never work. Never. They keep staring. Then Cecily leans down and kisses him. It's awkward. Messy. Their noses bump. She pulls back, grimacing. That was terrible, she says. Dreadful, Barnaby agrees. She kisses him again. Better this time. Oh, for Christ's sake, Iron Jaw mutters from the wall. I can't help it. I smile. Deadeye's beside me now, watching them. Well, that's unexpected. Is it though? Fair point. We stand there, all of us, in the morning light, surrounded by bodies, the fort in ruins, exhausted, wounded, alive. What now? Deadeye asks. Good question. The Vipers are gone. Scattered or dead? Ashdown's dead. Villis is dead. The siege is over. But the fort's destroyed. We're wanted criminals, and word will spread. The capital will send investigators. They'll want answers. We need to disappear. Now. I say. We clean this mess up. We make it look like everyone died. You, me, the gang, Cecily, everyone. The story is, the Black Vipers won. The criminals died defending the fort. Lady Cecily barely escaped. End of story. And then? Then we run. Find somewhere else. Somewhere they won't look. Deadeye's quiet, looking at the fort. His home for 5 years. I'm sorry, I say quietly. For what? You lose your home because of me. Because I showed up. He looks at me. Really looks at me. I lose my home, but I'm alive. My crew's alive. That's what matters. Still. Yeah. He's quiet for a moment. Then. So what about your bounty? Right. That. The reason I came here. 5,000 gold. 6 months of tracking. Deadeye, looking at me, waiting. Screw the bounty, I say. His eye widens. What? You heard me. Damn it, I'm not turning you in. Why not? You said... I said a lot of things. Things change. Jane? We're alive because we worked together. You, me, the gang. We survived because we trusted each other. I meet his gaze. I'm not betraying that for gold. He stares at me, searching for the lie. Doesn't find one. Besides, I add, you still owe me from that tower. He almost smiles. Thought we weren't talking about that. We're not, but you still owe me. Fair. Edith's voice from the courtyard. Are you idiots done standing around? We've got bodies to bury and a fort to burn. Move. We move. The next hours are a blur. We drag Viper bodies into a pile, stage the scene, make it look like a final brutal assault where everyone died. Cecily writes a report, official, detailed. She's good at this. The report will say her father died heroically. The criminals died too. She barely escaped. Tragic, heroic, perfect. Barnaby helps her, adds details, flourishes. They work well together. Too well. By noon we're ready. The fort's set to burn. We've packed what we can carry. Not much. The gang's ready to move. Where do we go? Skeet asks. South, Deadeye says. There's a town, 3 days' walk, no military presence. We can disappear there. And after that? We figure it out. Not really much of a plan, but it's something. We gather at the gates. One last look at Fort Ridge. The home that kept us alive. Shame to burn it, Hyperion says quietly. Yeah, Deadeye agrees. Barnaby lights the torch. Oh, this is going to be spectacular. He tosses it. The oil catches. Flames spread fast. We walk away. Don't look back. The 7 of us. 8, counting Cecily. A gang of criminals and a high-born girl who's decided she likes chaos more than nobility. We walk south, into the overgrown woodland, away from the burning fort, away from the bodies, away from everything. Jane, Deadeye says quietly as we walk. Yeah? Thank you for not killing me. Don't thank me yet. I still might. Eventually? Eventually. He smiles. We keep walking. Behind us, Fort Ridge burns. Ahead of us, somewhere in the forest, is whatever comes next. I should be worried. Should be planning. Should be thinking about survival. Instead, I'm thinking about the tower. About Deadeye's hands. About the fact that I just walked away from 5,000 gold for a one-eyed orc who makes terrible decisions. I'm an idiot.
Chapter 13. Deadeye. We've been walking for 2 hours when it starts to rain. Not the soft forest rain that whispers through leaves. The brutal, punishing kind that turns the ground to mud and makes you question every decision that led you here. Wonderful, Ironjaw mutters, because today wasn't bad enough already. Skeet's already complaining. wings drooping. Can we stop, please? My feathers are getting wet. Your feathers are always wet, Hyperion says. You're a perpetual disaster. That's mean. It's accurate. I keep walking, head down, trying not to think about the fort, about the home we just burned, about starting over with nothing but the weapons on our backs and the clothes we're wearing, about the fact that I'm traveling with a bounty hunter who decided not to kill me. For now, Jane's beside me, silent, professional, always scanning, even in the rain, even exhausted. Behind us, Barnaby and Cecily are having an animated conversation. She's explaining proper court etiquette. He's explaining chaos theory. Neither is listening to the other. Both seem happy. It's disturbing. We need shelter, Edith says. She's soaked, hair plastered to her head, but her voice is steady. Before nightfall, Ironjaw's wound needs changing. Hyperion's shoulder needs stitching. And if I have to walk another mile in this, I'm going to start stabbing people. There's a hunter's cabin, I say. Maybe an hour ahead. Used it once. Should still be standing. Should, Jane asks. It's been 3 years. Encouraging. We push on. The rain gets worse. Thunder now. Lightning splitting the canopy. Skeet's convinced we're all going to die. He says so, repeatedly. We're not going to die, Hyperion says patiently. We almost died yesterday. That was yesterday. We could die today. We could, but we probably won't. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. The cabin appears through the rain, still standing. Barely. The roof's partially collapsed on one side. The door's hanging off its hinges. But it's shelter. We pile inside. It's cramped, damp. Smells like rot and dead things. Home sweet home, Ironjaw says. Edith's already moving, setting up a medical station in the corner. Hyperion, shirt off. Let me see that shoulder. It's fine. I'll decide that. Shirt off, now. He obeys. Smart man. I check the cabin. One room. Fireplace that might work. A few pieces of broken furniture. Some old furs that smell like death. Not ideal, but it'll do for the night. Jane's at the window, watching the tree line. Still worried? I ask. Always. We killed them all. Ashdown, Villas, the patrol. The Vipers are done. Maybe. She doesn't lower her rifle. But the capital will send investigators, and they'll have questions. Cecily's story will hold. If she tells it right. I look at Cecily. She's helping Barnaby start a fire, using some kind of chaos magic to ignite damp wood. It works. Barely. The fire sputters, smokes. But it's fire. She'll tell it right, I say. She's got too much to lose if she doesn't. Jane finally lowers her rifle, turns to look at me. And when they buy her story, when they stop looking for us, what then? Then we disappear. New names, new lives. You really think it's that easy? No, but I'm good at pretending. She almost smiles. Yeah, I noticed. The rain pounds the roof. Water drips through the collapsed section. Skeet's found the driest corner and claimed it. Ironjaw's drinking from a flask. Edith stitching Hyperion's shoulder while he recites poetry. Something about rain and warriors and inevitable death. Cheerful. Barnaby and Cecily are sitting by the fire. Too close. Her head's on his shoulder. He's playing with a strand of her silver hair, winding it around his finger, unwinding it. She's not stopping him. That's going to be a problem, Jane says, following my gaze. Yeah. She's a highborn, he's a chaos mage, and both of them are insane. Sounds like a love story to me. Sounds like a disaster. Those aren't mutually exclusive. She looks at me. Speaking from experience? I don't answer. Don't need to. Edith's done with Hyperion. She points at Ironjaw. You're next. I'm fine. You're bleeding through your bandage. Get over here. He gets over there. I should help. Should be doing something useful. Instead, I'm standing by the window with Jane, watching the rain, trying to figure out what happens next. Deadeye, Edith calls. Stop brooding and make yourself useful. We need firewood. It's raining. I don't care. We need dry wood from somewhere. Figure it out. I look at Jane. Want to help? Not particularly. Come anyway. We head back out into the rain. There's a small shed behind the cabin, half collapsed, but the roof's intact. Inside, old tools, some firewood. Not much, but enough. We gather what we can. Work in silence. Why didn't you turn me in? I ask suddenly. She stops, looks at me. We already talked about this. No, you said screw the bounty. But that's not an answer. She sets down the wood she's carrying. What do you want me to say? The truth. The truth is, I don't know. She leans against the shed wall. 6 months ago, you were a target. A payday, that's it. But then... She trails off. But then you weren't just a target. You were a person. With a crew. A family. And they needed you. She looks at me. And I needed you. To survive. And somewhere in all that blood and fire, the bounty stopped mattering. Just like that? Just like that. I step closer. That's it? That's the only reason? She meets my eyes. What do you want me to say, Deadeye? That I care? That I... She stops. Looks away. I don't do this. Feelings. Attachments. I work alone. Always have. But you're here. I'm here. With me. With you. We're too close again. Just like the tower. Just like every time we're alone together. The rain pounds the shed roof. Water drips through gaps. Cold. Loud. I should step back. Should grab the wood and go inside. Should stop making this complicated. Instead, I kiss her. She doesn't pull away. Doesn't push me back. She kisses me back. It's different from the tower. Not desperate. Not just adrenaline and fear. This is something else. Something I don't have words for. She breaks it first, breathing hard. We can't do this. Why not? Because it's stupid. Because I'm a bounty hunter and you're a criminal and this can't work. It's working right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, I do. I step back, give her space. But I don't care. You should. Probably. She's watching me. Conflict all over her face. Want versus logic. Need versus survival. This is a bad idea, she says. Most of my ideas are. That's not reassuring. Wasn't meant to be. She laughs. Short. Bitter. You're going to get me killed. Eventually. She shakes her head, but she's almost smiling. Come on, let's get this wood inside before Edith comes looking for us. We gather the firewood, head back to the cabin. Inside, the fire's going. Edith's finished with Iron Jaw. Everyone's settling in for the night, finding spaces, getting comfortable. It's cramped, too cramped, but it's warm, dry, safe. For now. Edith's made something resembling food. I don't ask what it is. Just eat. Everyone eats, even Cecily. She's learning. We need a plan, Ironjaw says around a mouthful of whatever this is. Can't just wander forever. The town, I say. 3 days south. We get there. Find work. Disappear. What kind of work? Skeet asks. We're criminals. We're thieves, I correct. Thieves with skills. We can find work. Doing what? Whatever pays. Not a great plan, but it's all I've got. Hyperion's staring at the fire, his shoulders bandaged. He's tired, hurting, but alive. He clears his throat, sits up straighter. That look comes over his face, the one he gets when he's about to perform. I wrote a poem, he announces in that pompous voice he thinks makes him sound educated. About the battle, about our Triumphant survival against insurmountable odds. Ironjaw groans. Not again. Hush. This is art. Hyperion stands. Winces from his shoulder. Doesn't sit back down. He holds one hand to his chest. The other gestures dramatically. He begins. There once was a fort in the trees, where we fought with great courages and ease. The bad men came round, but we stood our ground, and we hit them all hard in the knees. Silence. Dead silence. That, Cecily starts. That was beautiful, Barnaby finishes, completely sincere. That rhymed ease with knees, Ironjaw says flatly. Yes, it's called a rhyme scheme, Hyperion says defensively. Very sophisticated. It's a limerick, Jane says. A bad limerick. There's more, Hyperion insists. He clears his throat again, even more pompous now. Oh, Hyperion the brave and the strong. His hammer went bang and went bong. He smashed all the heads and made them all deads. And that's why I'm singing this song. Made them all deads isn't even proper grammar, Skeet says. It's artistic license. Hyperion's voice goes higher, indignant. It's terrible, Ironjaw says. You're all Philistines. None of you understand the complexity of the tradition. He's gesturing wildly now, almost knocks over a water skin. Did you just rhyme strong with song? I ask. Yes, it's thematic resonance. Edith's trying not to laugh, failing. Wait, there's a third verse, Hyperion says, straightening his posture. The conclusion, the denouement. Please don't, Ironjaw mutters. Hyperion ignores him. Now we walk in the rain and the mud, our enemies covered in blood. We're tired and we're sore, but we won the great war, and that's good. He finishes with a flourish, bows, more silence. Did you just rhyme blood with good? Jane asks. It's a near rhyme, Hyperion insists. Very advanced technique. That's not a thing, I say. It is a thing. It's called assonance. It's called something. I'll give you that, Ironjaw mutters. Cecily's watching Hyperion with wide eyes. That was unique. Thank you, Hyperion beams. Finally, someone with culture. I didn't say it was good, Cecily clarifies. Hyperion's face falls. Barnaby claps, enthusiastically. Bravo, encore, do another one. No, everyone says in unison. Hyperion sits down, wounded pride all over his face. You're all uncultured swine. That was genius. That was an assault on poetry, Jane says. An assault on language itself, Ironjaw adds. I liked it, Hyperion says, pouting. He crosses his massive arms, sulks. Skeet's laughing so hard he can barely breathe. Made them all deads. Even I'm smiling. Can't help it. Hyperion notices. You're all terrible people. I pour my heart into my work, and this is the thanks I get. You rhymed strong with song, I point out. It's a valid rhyme. Edith finally loses it, laughs so hard she's crying. Oh gods, Hyperion, that was something. Thank you, Hyperion says, uncertain if that's a compliment. It wasn't, Ironjaw clarifies. Cecily's still processing. You're a warrior, with a sledgehammer, and you write poems about hitting people in the knees. Yes, Hyperion says proudly. I contain multitudes. That's one word for it, Jane mutters. The fire crackles. The rain continues. But the mood's lighter now. We needed that. The absurdity. The terrible, terrible poetry. Will you teach me? Cecily asks suddenly. Everyone looks at her. Teach you what? Hyperion asks. Poetry, the tradition, the old tongue. He lights up. Really? Yes, I want to learn. Even after that? Ironjaw asks, incredulous. Especially after that. Hyperion beams. I would be honored. We'll start tomorrow. I'll teach you the classics, the great works, Please don't teach her any more limericks, I say. They're not limericks. Yes, they are, everyone says in unison. Hyperion huffs, but he's smiling. Barnaby's watching Cecily. Something in his eyes. Affection? Pride? Love? Oh, this is going to be complicated. The rain continues. The fire burns. We settle in. It's tight quarters. Hyperion takes one corner. Iron Jaw another. Edith claims the spot closest to the fire. Skeet's already asleep in his corner, occasionally giggling, made them all deads in his sleep. Barnaby and Cecily curl up together near the hearth. That leaves me and Jane. She looks at me, then at the remaining space. We can share, I say, or I can sleep outside. Don't be stupid, it's raining. We settle down, side by side, not touching, but close. The fire crackles, someone snores, probably Iron Jaw. Deadeye, Jane whispers. Yeah? About earlier, in the shed. Yeah? It can't happen again. Okay, I mean it. I know. She's quiet then. But if it does happen again, it doesn't mean anything. Sure. I'm serious. I believe you. Good. Another silence. Then her hand finds mine in the dark. She doesn't say anything. Doesn't need to. I close my fingers around hers. We lie there, in a broken cabin, surrounded by criminals and a mad elf and a highborn girl who's decided she likes chaos. Tomorrow we walk. 3 days to somewhere new. Somewhere safe. If such a place exists. But for now, in the dark, with the rain pounding the roof and Jane's hand in mine, I'm not thinking about tomorrow. I'm thinking about how I'm alive. How we're all alive. How I've got a bounty hunter in love with me even if she won't admit it. How Hyperion just assaulted poetry and somehow made us all laugh. How I might just survive this after all. The fire burns low and I close my eye. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 14. Jane. I can't sleep. The cabin is too quiet. Snores rumble like distant thunder. Rain has stopped, but the roof still drips in slow, maddening rhythm. Everyone's collapsed. Hyperion's massive frame taking up half the floor. Iron Jaw wheezing through his metal jaw. Skeet twitching in dreams of blood and gold. Except me. My mind won't shut off. The shed keeps replaying. His hands, each one bigger than my entire ribcage, pinning me like I was nothing. Tusks scraping my throat. The way his single gold eye locked on mine when he said my name like a claim. I walked away from 5,000 gold, coast money, freedom money, for a one-eyed orc bandit who makes catastrophic decisions and screws like he's trying to ruin me for anyone else. And the sickest part, I'd do it again. I turn my head. Deadeye lies beside me on the pallet, scarred green chest rising slow. His hand, enormous, calloused, fingers thick as my wrists, still loosely wraps mine. Even asleep, he doesn't let go. Warm, heavy, possessive. I should pull away, roll over, pretend this is just post-battle lust and nothing permanent. Instead, I squeeze. His eye snaps open, gold in the dark. No surprise, just hunger. I tilt my head toward the door. We rise in silence, step over bodies. Skeet mumbles, pop, pretty little pop, and rolls, doesn't wake. Outside, the forest is wet and black. Pine needles gleam under faint moonlight. Air smells of damp earth and resin. Cold bites my skin. We don't speak, just walk far enough that the cabin fades to shadow. He stops first, turns, towers over me. I have to crane my neck to meet that single eye. Couldn't sleep? Low rumble. No. Tomorrow? No. Then. I step closer, press my palm flat to his chest, feel the steady thunder of his heart under slabs of muscle. You. He goes still. Breath catches rough. Jane! I grab his collar, yank him down.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. We slip back separately, him first, me 5 minutes later. Everyone still sleeps. No one noticed. I settle beside him. Close enough our skin brushes. Smiling, because tomorrow we kill again. And when the blood dries, he'll ruin me all over.
Chapter 15. Deadeye. I wake to Edith kicking my boot. Up, she says. Jane says we are moving in 10. I blink, groan. Every muscle hurts. My ribs where Velas grabbed me, my shoulder, my everything. I thought I was in charge, I say. You are, just not in charge of Missy there. Jane's at the window, rifle in hand, professional, like last night didn't happen. But I can see it in the way she's standing. Looser, less tense. Anything? I ask. Clear, she says, not looking at me. No movement, no tracks. Good. I stand, stretch, wince. Edith's watching me. That look on her face, the one that says she knows something. What? I ask. Nothing. She hands me a bowl. Eat. You look terrible. Thanks. The gang's waking up. Iron Jaw's already complaining about his wounds. Hyperion's testing his shoulder. Skeet's still half asleep, wings dragging on the floor. Barnaby and Cecily are curled together by the dead fire, still asleep, her head on his chest, his arms around her. It's disturbing and oddly sweet at the same time. Should we wake them? Jane asks. Let them sleep, Edith says. They've got 5 more minutes. I eat. Whatever this is, it's cold, terrible. I eat it anyway. Jane's still at the window. I walk over, stand beside her. You good? I ask quietly. Fine. About last night. We're not talking about it. But we're not. I shut up. She's right. Talking about it makes it real. Makes it something we have to deal with. Better to just not. 5 minutes, Edith calls. Everyone up. We've got 3 days of walking ahead of us. Barnaby wakes first, blinks, looks down at Cecily in his arms, smiles, that unhinged, delighted smile. She wakes, sees where she is, doesn't pull away. Good morning, my porcelain queen, he says. Good morning, lunatic, she replies. They kiss, Quick, casual, like it's the most natural thing in the world. Iron Jaw makes a gagging sound. It's too early for this. Jealousy is unbecoming, Barnaby says cheerfully. I'm not jealous, I'm disgusted. Same thing. We pack. Doesn't take long. We don't have much. Weapons. The clothes we're wearing. Some supplies from the cabin. That's it. Everything else burned with the fort. Ready? I ask. Everyone nods. We head out. Into the forest. South. Toward the town. Toward whatever comes next. The morning's cold. Wet. But clear. No rain. That's something. We walk in formation. Hyperion up front. Breaking trail. Iron Jaw behind him. Then Edith and Skeet. Then me and Jane. Barnaby and Cecily at the rear. Professional. Organized. We've done this before. An hour in, Skeet starts complaining. How much further? 2.5 days, I say. That's too far. Then fly ahead and wait for us. I'm tired. You're always tired. That's because you make me do things. Terrible things, Hyperion adds. Like walking. Exactly. We keep walking. The forest is quiet. Too quiet. No birds. No animals. Just us and the sound of boots on wet leaves. Something's wrong, Jane says quietly. I feel it too. That prickle on the back of my neck. The one that says danger. Hyperion, I call. Hold. He stops. Everyone stops. Jane's already scanning. Rifle up. Movement. East. Maybe 200 yards. How many? Can't tell. Trees are too thick. I draw my cleaver. Defensive positions. Hyperion, center. Iron Jaw, flank. Everyone else behind them. We move. Quick. Efficient. Form a line. The movement gets closer. Then I see them. Not vipers. Worse. Bandits. 12 of them. Maybe more. Ragged. Armed. Desperate looking. They emerge from the trees. Spread out. Surrounding us. Their leader steps forward. Human. Scarred. Missing teeth. He's grinning. Well, well, he says. What do we have here? Travelers with weapons and a pretty little elf girl. He's looking at Cecily. Mistake. We don't want trouble, I say. That's good, because we don't want to give you trouble. We just want your weapons, your coin, and the girl. Not happening. See, I wasn't asking. He signals. His bandits move closer. Hand them over, or we take them, and you die. I stare at my crew, at Hyperion already gripping his hammer, at Iron Jaw, axe ready, at Jane, rifle aimed, at Barnaby, whose hands are starting to glow purple. Oh, this is going to get messy. Last chance, the bandit leader says. Hand over. Hyperion charges. The hammer takes the first bandit in the chest. He flies backward, hits a tree, doesn't get up. Jane fires. Headshot. Another bandit drops. The rest rush us. It's chaos. Iron Jaw's axe swings. A bandit's arm comes off. He screams. Drops. I'm fighting two at once. Cleaver against rusted swords. They're not trained. Not professional. But there's a lot of them. I take one down. Throat cut. Messy. The other gets past my guard. His sword cuts my arm. Shallow. Hurts like hell. I drive my cleaver into his gut. Twist. Pull free. Beside me, Jane switched to pistols. Close range. Methodical. Every shot a kill. Barnaby's casting. The ground beneath 3 bandits turns to something. Not solid. Not liquid. They sink. Screaming. Flailing. Then they're gone. What did you do? Cecily asks, horrified and fascinated. Sent them somewhere else, Barnaby says cheerfully. Not sure where, probably unpleasant. The bandit leader's running. Realized too late he picked the wrong targets. Jane aims. Fires. He drops. Silence. Dead bandits everywhere, maybe 10. The rest fled. We're all breathing hard, covered in blood. Again. Everyone alive? I ask. Nods. Grunts. Skeet's hiding behind a tree. But alive. We need to move, Jane says. Gunshots carry. If there's more of them... There's always more, Ironjaw finishes. We move. Fast. Leave the bodies behind. An hour later, we stop. Check wounds. Nothing serious. I've got the cut on my arm. Ironjaw reopens something. Hyperion's shoulders bleeding again. Edith's furious. You idiots. We just patched you up. They started it, Hyperion says. I don't care. Sit, both of you. They sit. She works, stitching, bandaging, muttering about stupidity and death wishes. Cecily's sitting away from everyone, pale, shaking. First time seeing that much blood? Jane asks. No, I've seen blood. Cecily looks at her hands. I stabbed Villas, remember? But that was different. That was one person. This was... a massacre, Barnaby finishes. He sits beside her. Does it bother you? Should it? Most people would say yes, but you wouldn't. I'm not most people. She looks at him. No, you're not. She takes his hand. Neither am I. Not anymore. They sit there, hand in hand, covered in other people's blood. Ironjaw watches them. They're going to be a problem. Yep, I agree. A big problem. Yep. Should we do something about it? Like what? I don't know. Separate them? Lock Barnaby in a box? Tried that once. He ate through it. Fair point. We rest. 10 minutes. Then we move again. 2 more hours of walking. The sun's high now. The forest's warming up. The blood on our clothes is drying. Stiff. Uncomfortable. We need to find water. Clean up. Rest properly. There's a stream, Hyperion says. Maybe a mile ahead. Used it last time I was through here. How long ago? Jane asks. 4 years. Encouraging. But we head for it anyway. The stream's there, still flowing, clear, cold. We stop. Drink. Wash the blood off. Refill water skins. I strip off my shirt. Rinse it in the stream. The water turns pink. Jane's doing the same. Not shy about it. Professional. I'm trying not to stare. Failing. She catches me looking. Raises an eyebrow. I look away. She almost smiles. Deadeye! Edith calls. Your bandage is soaked. Come here. I go. She changes it. Wraps it tight. You're getting sloppy, she says quietly. I'm tired. We're all tired. Don't get killed because you're distracted. I'm not... You are. She looks at Jane, then back at me. I'm not blind. And I'm not stupid, just... Be careful. Of what? Of caring too much. Makes you vulnerable. Makes you stupid. Noted. She finishes the bandage. Pats my shoulder. Good. Now go be stupid somewhere else. I go be stupid somewhere else. Jane's sitting by the stream, boots off, feet in the water. I sit beside her. Edith give you the talk? She asks. How did you... She gave me one too. This morning, while you were sleeping. What did she say? That you're an idiot. That I'm an idiot. That we're both idiots together. Sounds about right. She's silent for a moment. Then, are we idiots? Probably. This can't work. You know that, right? Yeah. We're criminals. Running. No home. No money. No plan. I know. So why does it feel like it's working? I don't have an answer for that. We sit there, feet in the stream, the gang around us, resting, recovering. For now we're alive. For now we're together. For now that's enough, even if we're idiots, especially because we're idiots. 2 more days, I say. 2 more days, she agrees. Then we're at the town. Then we figure out what may come next.
Chapter 16. Jane. We reach the town on the evening of the third day. It's not much. Maybe 50 buildings. Wooden. Weathered. The kind of place people come to disappear. Perfect. That's it, Skeet asks. That's where we're hiding. It's not hiding, Deadeye says. It's relocating. It's hiding. Fine, it's hiding. The town sits at the edge of the overgrown woodland, half forest, half clearing. There's a main road, dirt, rutted, with buildings on either side. An inn, a general store, a blacksmith, a stable, and at the far end, a tavern, the Broken Wheel. We need rooms, Edith says. Real beds, real food, and real walls. And a bath, Cecily adds. She's covered in 3 days of dirt and blood. Her silver hair's matted. Her fine dress is ruined. She looks like a refugee. She looks like she belongs with us. Barnaby and I will scout, I say. See if there's any military presence, any vipers, any problems. Deadeye nods. Rest of you wait here. Stay out of sight. The gang melts into the tree line. Professional. Even Skeet manages to shut up and hide properly. Barnaby and I walk into town. He's surprisingly good at this. Blending in. Looking harmless. That mad grin becomes a simple smile. The Chaos Mage becomes just another traveller. You've done this before, I say. Oh, many times. I'm excellent at pretending to be sane. He adjusts his cracked monocle. The trick is to not talk too much, and to not set things on fire. Good advice. We walk through town. Casual, watching. The people here are tired, worn down. Miners, mostly. Loggers. The kind of folks who work hard and ask few questions. No military, no vipers. No signs of authority beyond a single town guard sleeping on a bench outside the general store. Good. The tavern's our target. Information flows through taverns. We push through the door. It's dim inside. Smells like old beer and older sweat. A dozen patrons scattered at tables. A barkeep behind the counter. Human, middle-aged, scarred hands. We sit. Order drinks. The barkeep brings them. Studies us. Travellers. Passing through, I say. From where? North. Here there was trouble up north. Black vipers got wiped out at some old fort. My blood goes cold, but I keep my face neutral. That's so? That's the word. Colonel Ashdown. Dead. His whole company. Gone. The barkeep leans in. They say criminals did it. Killed them all. Burned the fort. Sounds like quite a story. Sounds like crap, the barkeep says. No way a handful of criminals take out the Black Vipers. Maybe they got lucky, Barnaby offers. Maybe. The barkeep doesn't look convinced. Or maybe the story's wrong. Maybe it was something else, something the capital doesn't want people knowing about. Interesting. What do you think happened? I ask. I think the colonel had enemies. I think someone wanted him gone, and I think whoever did it is smart enough to disappear. He looks at me, really looks at me. Smart enough to come to a town like this, where no one asks questions. He knows, or suspects. I hold his gaze. Good thing we're just passing through then. Good thing, he agrees. Then he smiles. Slight. Rooms are $2 silver a night, meals are extra, bathhouses across the street, and I don't care who you are or what you did. Just don't cause trouble. Understood. He walks away. Barnaby giggles quietly. He knows. He suspects. Same thing. Not quite. We finish our drinks, head back to the tree line. The gang's where we left them, hidden, waiting. Well? Deadeye asks. Town's safe, I say. No military, no vipers, just miners and loggers, and a barkeep who's smart enough to not ask questions. He knows, Barnaby adds cheerfully. He suspects, I correct. There's a difference. Is there, though? Deadeye thinks, then nods. We take rooms, low profile, pay in silver, no names. We're just travellers. What about work? Ironjaw asks. We need coin. We'll figure it out. First, we rest, clean up, then we plan. We move into town, quiet, professional. The Broken Wheel has rooms, small, basic, but clean. 2 rooms for 8 people. We make it work. Edith and Cecily in one. The rest of us crammed into the other. It's tight, but it's better than a cave. Better than a broken cabin. It's got walls, locks, beds. It's safe, for now. I'm taking a bath, Cecily announces. A real bath, with soap, and I'm burning these clothes. I'll come with you, Barnaby says. No, you won't. But, no. He pouts. She kisses him. Quick. After. When I'm clean and don't smell like death. Promise? Promise. She leaves. Edith goes with her. Someone needs to make sure she doesn't drown. I'm perfectly capable. Humour me. They're gone. That leaves the men. And me. Hyperion claims the bed by the window. Ironjaw takes the other bed. Skeet finds a corner and immediately falls asleep. Deadeye's leaning against the wall. Thinking. I should do the same. Should rest. Should plan. Instead, I'm watching him. What? He asks. Nothing. You're staring. Am not. R2. Barnaby looks between us. Grins. Oh, how delightful. You're like Cecily and me, but with more violence and less chaos magic. We're nothing like you and Cecily, I say. You're exactly like us. The denial, the tension, the... Barnaby, Deadeye says. Shut up. But... Shut up! He shuts up, but he's still grinning. I need air. I'm going for a walk. Want company? Deadeye asks. No. I'm coming anyway. We leave. Walk through town. The sun's setting, casting long shadows. You okay? He asks. Fine. You're tense. I'm always tense. More than usual. I stop. Turn to face him. We're in a town, surrounded by people. Any one of them could recognize us, could turn us in, could mind their own business, he finishes, which is what they'll do, because that's what people do in towns like this. You don't know that. I know enough. He steps closer. We're safe here, for now. That's all we get. For now. For now. Always for now. Nothing permanent, nothing certain. Just for now. I hate this, I say quietly. Hate what? Not knowing, not having a plan, just surviving day to day. Welcome to my life. How do you stand it? I don't think about tomorrow. Just today. Just now. Just now. We're standing in an alley between 2 buildings, out of sight, alone. He's close, too close. I should step back. Don't. Jane. I kiss him, quick, hard, then pull away. What was that for? He asks. I don't know. Not complaining. Good. We stand there, in the alley, the sun setting, the town settling in for night. We should get back, I say. Yeah. Neither of us moves. Then footsteps. Someone's coming. We separate. Professional. Just 2 travellers talking. A miner walks past. Nods. Keeps going. We wait until he's gone. Back to the room? Deadeye asks. Back to the room. We walk, side by side, not touching, but close. The room's crowded. Everyone's back. Cecily's clean, hair wet, wearing borrowed clothes from Edith. She looks almost normal. Almost. Barnaby can't stop staring at her. What? She asks. You're beautiful. She blushes, actually blushes. Shut up. I mean it. I said shut up. But she's smiling. Edith's made food, real food, bought from the tavern, bread, cheese, meat that's not mystery stew. We eat, all of us, together. It's almost normal. Almost like a family. So what's the plan? Ironjaw asks around a mouthful of bread. We rest tonight, Deadeye says. Tomorrow we look for work, something that pays, something that doesn't attract attention. Like what? Skeet asks. Whatever we can get. Not much of a plan, but it's something. And after that? Cecily asks. After we earn some coin? What then? Good question. Deadeye looks at all of us. Then we learn what comes next. Together. Together. That word hangs in the air. We're not just a gang anymore. We're something else. Something more. A family. Broken. Criminal. Dangerous. But family. Together, Hyperion says. Together. Ironjaw agrees. Even Skeet nods. We finish eating, talk, plan. Nothing concrete, just ideas, possibilities. Eventually people start settling in for sleep. Hyperion in his bed, Ironjaw in his, Skeet in his corner. Barnaby and Cecily disappear. Going for a walk, Barnaby says. No, you're not, Edith says. We are. You're going to find somewhere private and do things I don't want to think about. Barnaby grins. Well, yes, but we'll walk first. They leave. Edith shakes her head. Those two are going to be the death of me. Probably, I agree. She looks at me, then at Deadeye. Don't think I don't see what's happening with you two either. Nothing's happening, I say. Sure. She doesn't believe me. Just be careful. Both of you. She leaves, goes to the other room. That leaves me and Deadeye, alone, in a room full of sleeping people. Well, he says. Well, I agree. We settle into the remaining space, on the floor, side by side. It's uncomfortable, hard, cold. But it's better than the tower, better than the cabin, better than 3 days walking through mud. Jane, he whispers. Yeah? Thanks for staying. I didn't have much choice. You had a choice. You chose this. Yeah, I did. I reach out, find his hand in the dark. He squeezes back. We lie there, on a hard floor, in a cramped room, in a town where anyone could recognize us. Tomorrow we'll look for work, find a way to earn coin, figure out what comes next.
Chapter 17. Deadeye. Work turns out to be easier than I expected. The blacksmith needs help. His apprentice ran off, left him with a backlog of orders and no one to pump the bellows or haul iron. Hyperion and Ironjaw take the job. They're good with metal, strong, reliable. The blacksmith, an old dwarf named Tormund, doesn't ask questions. Just watches Hyperion lift an anvil one-handed and says, "You're hired." Simple as that. Skeet finds work at the general store. Inventory, counting stock, organizing shelves. It's boring, safe, perfect for him. Edith gets hired at the tavern, cooking. The barkeep tastes her stew, makes a face, but says, "Good enough. The miners won't complain." He's wrong. They will. But they'll eat it anyway. That leaves me, Jane, Barnaby, and Cecily. We're sitting in the tavern, mid-morning, trying to figure out what we can do that won't attract attention. I could perform, Barnaby suggests. Magic shows, entertainment. I could turn things into other things. No, I say. But you'll turn someone's hat into a live chicken or something and we'll get run out of town. That happened one time. We're not risking it. Cecily's thinking. I could tutor, teach reading, writing, noble etiquette. In a mining town? Jane asks. Fair point. Cecily slumps. I'm useless here. Everything I know is useless. You're not useless, Barnaby says immediately. You're brilliant and beautiful and completely out of my depth, she finishes. She looks at her hands, soft, uncalloused. I've never worked a day in my life. I don't know how to do anything practical. You stabbed Villas, I point out. That's not a job skill. Could be. She almost smiles. Jane's watching the room. Always watching. What about you? I ask her. What about me? What are you good at, besides killing people? Tracking, hunting, information gathering. So, killing people. Essentially. The barkeep walks over, sets down drinks. You folks looking for work? Maybe, I say carefully. Got a problem. Might pay well, if you're interested. What kind of problem? Bandits. Been hitting supply caravans. 3 in the last month. Miners need supplies. Can't get them if every caravan gets robbed. Why not hire guards? We did. They died. Jane leans forward. How many bandits? Maybe a dozen. Maybe more. They've got a camp. North of here. In the woods. And you want us to deal with them, however you see fit. Town council's offering 50 gold. Split however you want. 50 gold. That's a month's rent. Food. Supplies. That's survival. I look at Jane. She nods slightly. We'll think about it, I say. The barkeep nods, walks away. We're doing it, Jane says quietly. Yeah. 12 bandits. Maybe more. We fought worse. We were desperate then. Had no choice. We're desperate now. Still no choice. She knows I'm right. Barnaby's grinning. Oh, this is wonderful. An adventure. Violence. Chaos. This is work, I correct. Professional. Clean. In and out. Where's the fun in that? The fun is we get paid and don't die. Boring. Cecily's watching us. You're actually going to do this. Fight bandits. Yeah. Can I come? Everyone looks at her. No, I say. Why not? Because you're not a fighter. I killed Villas. You stabbed a distracted man in the back. That's different from a fight. She bristles. I'm not useless. I didn't say you were useless. I said you're not a fighter. There's a difference. Then teach me. What? Teach me to fight. I want to learn. I'm tired of being helpless, dependent. She looks at Barnaby. I want to be able to protect myself. Protect him. Barnaby's eyes go wide. My porcelain queen. Don't argue, I've decided. He doesn't argue. I look at Jane. She shrugs. Could be useful. Extra hands. She doesn't know which end of a sword to hold. So we teach her. That takes time. We've got time. The bandits aren't going anywhere. She's right, damn it. Fine, I say to Cecily. But you train with Jane, not me, not Barnaby. Jane. Why Jane? Because I'll go easy on you. Barnaby will get distracted. Jane will actually teach you. Jane's already nodding. Tomorrow morning, early. Bring something you can move in. Cecily straightens. Determined. I'll be ready. That afternoon I'm walking through town when I hear it. Shouting. From the general store. I run. Inside, Skeet's on the floor. A man, big, drunk, angry, is standing over him. Yelling. You calling me a thief? I just said the count was off. You calling me a thief? The man raises his fist. I'm across the room in 3 steps. Grab his arm. Twist. He yelps. Drops. He wasn't calling you anything, I say quietly. He was doing his job. Counting inventory. That's all. The man tries to pull free. Can't. Let go of me. Apologize to him, then leave. I'm not... I twist harder. He screams. Apologize. Fine, I'm sorry. I let go. He scrambles up, runs out of the store. Skeet's still on the floor, shaking. I help him up. You good? Yeah. Thanks. He was going to. I know, but he didn't. The store owner, an elderly human woman, appears from the back. What happened? Misunderstanding, I say. It's handled. She looks at Skeet, at me, nods. Thank you. We leave. Outside, Skeet's still shaking. I froze. He was going to hit me and I just froze. It's okay. It's not okay. I'm useless. I always freeze. Back at the fort, in the forest, now here. You're not useless. Yes, I am. I'm a coward. You're scared. There's a difference. Is there? Yeah. I stop. Look at him. Being a coward means running when your crew needs you. Being scared means you're still standing here. Still trying. You didn't run from the fort. You didn't run from the bandits. You're scared, but you stay. That's not cowardice. He's quiet, processing. But I froze. Everyone freezes sometimes. The trick is what you do after. You got back up. That's what matters. You really think so? Yeah. He's still shaking, but less. Thanks, Deadeye. Don't mention it. We walk back toward the tavern. Deadeye? Yeah? If we fight those bandits, can I actually help this time? Not just drop rocks or hide? You want to fight? I want to not be useless. I think about it. Tell you what, tomorrow you train with Hyperion. He'll teach you how to use a weapon. Something simple. A spear, maybe. Something with reach so you don't have to get close. Really? Really? He actually smiles. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it. Good. We're building something here. Not just hiding. Not just surviving. We're becoming something. A crew. A family. The one-eyed crew, apparently, if the legends are to be believed. Though we don't know that yet. Evening. Back at the rooms. Everyone's exhausted. Honest work is harder than stealing, turns out. Hyperion's hands are blistered from the bellows. Iron Jaw's shoulders sore. Edith smells like kitchen grease and regret. But we've got coin. A little. Enough to pay for rooms and food. It's something. So, Iron Jaw says, leaning back against the rough wood of the chair. That bandit job tomorrow, is the 50 gold really worth the risk to our necks? It has to be, I say. We need the coin. We scout at first light. Just the fighters? Hyperion asks. Me, Jane, you, anyone. Barnaby if we need chaos magic. Edith stays here. Skeet and Cecily stay here. I'm training, Cecily says. Jane's teaching me. That doesn't mean you're ready for a fight. I know, but I will be. Eventually. Eventually. That word again. Barnaby's watching her with something like pride. She'll be magnificent. She'll be dangerous, Jane corrects. There's a difference. Not really. We settle in. Make plans. Tomorrow we scout. The day after we fight. It's almost routine now. Violence and planning and survival. This is our life now. I look at my crew, at Jane, sitting beside me, at Barnaby and Cecily, already curled up together, at Skeet, actually smiling for once, at Hyperion and Iron Jaw, battered but alive. We're not at the fort anymore, not criminals hiding in the woods. We're something else now, just don't have a word for it.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 18. Jane. Cecily can't hold a sword. I mean that literally. She grips it wrong, too tight, too far up the handle. When she swings, she nearly drops it. Stop, I say. We're in a clearing outside town. Dawn. Just the two of us. Everyone else is still asleep. Well, almost everyone. Barnaby's watching from a tree, trying to be subtle, failing. I can see you, I call. He drops from the branch, lands badly, stands up, brushing himself off. I was merely observing, for safety purposes. You were spying. Observing sounds better. Go away. But, Barnaby, go, away. He looks at Cecily. She nods. I'll be fine. Promise? Promise. He leaves, reluctantly, looking back every few steps. I wait until he's gone. Turn back to Cecily. Again, I say. Show me your grip. She grips the sword. Wrong, still wrong. No, look. I take the sword. Show her. Fingers here, thumb here, loose enough to move, tight enough to control. Feel the balance. She tries again. Better, not good, but better. Now swing. Slow. I want to see your form. She swings. It's terrible. All arm, no hip, no power. This is going to take forever. Stop. You're using your arms. You need your whole body. Watch. I demonstrate. Slow. Hip rotation. Weight transfer. The sword follows the body. She tries. Still terrible, but less terrible. Better. Again. We drill. Over and over. Grip. Stance. Swing. Basic stuff. The kind of thing a child learns. She's not a child. She's a grown woman who's never held a weapon in her life. 2 hours in, she's exhausted, sweating. Her hands are blistered. Enough, I say, I can keep going. No, you can't. You're done. Rest. We'll do this again tomorrow. She lowers the sword, breathing hard. I'm terrible at this. Yes. Will I get better? If you keep practicing, but it takes time, months, years. I don't have years. Then you have months. Make them count. She sits, drinks from a water skin. Her hands are shaking. Why are you doing this? I ask. I told you, I want to protect... Crap. You want to protect Barnaby. He's a chaos mage. He can turn people inside out. He doesn't need protection. She's quiet for a moment. Then, you're right. He doesn't need me to protect him. So why? Because I need to know I can. She looks at her blistered hands. My whole life I was protected, guarded, kept safe because of my name. My father. I never had to be strong, never had to fight. I was just there. A piece on a board. And now? Now I'm no one. Just Cecily, not Lady Ashdown, not the Colonel's daughter. Just me. She looks up. And I need to know that me, just me, is worth something, can do something, can survive without a name or a title or guards. I understand that, more than she knows. You'll get there, I say, but it won't be easy. Nothing worth doing is... Smart girl. We head back to town. Slow. She's limping, sore. Her muscles will hate her tomorrow. Good. Pain means progress. Jane, she asks. Yeah? How did you learn to fight? Necessity. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. She doesn't push. Smart. We reach the tavern. The gang's awake, eating breakfast. Deadeye looks at Cecily, at her blistered hands. How'd it go? She's terrible, I say. I'm terrible, Cecily agrees. But she'll learn. Cecily almost smiles. Barnaby's immediately at her side, fussing. Your hands! Let me see. I can heal them. I know a spell. No spells, I say. But The blisters are good. They'll callus. She needs calluses. But she's in pain. Good. Pain teaches. Cecily puts a hand on his arm. I'm fine. Really. He doesn't look convinced, but he stops fussing. Deadeye stands. We're scouting today, the bandit camp. Who's coming? Me, I say. Me, Hyperion adds. I'll stay, Ironjaw says. Shoulders still crap. I'll just slow you down. Fair enough, the three of us then. We gear up. Light. Fast. Scouting equipment. Be careful, Edith says. Always am, Deadeye replies. No, you're not. Fair point. We leave town, head north, into the forest. The bandit camp is supposed to be 3 miles out, near an old logging road. We move quiet. Professional. Hyperion's surprisingly stealthy for his size. Deadeye's a ghost. I'm better than both of them. 2 hours in, we find signs. Boot prints, old fire pits, trash. We're close. I climb a tree, get elevation, scan ahead. There, the camp, maybe a dozen tents, crude, disorganized, a fire pit in the centre, supplies stacked haphazardly. I count heads. 15. No, 16. Maybe more in the tents. Not good odds. I climb down. 16 visible, maybe 20 total. Defences? Deadeye asks. None. No sentries, no organisation. They're sloppy. Good. Sloppy is easy. Hyperion's studying the camp through the trees. We could wait until night, hit them while they sleep. Or we could make them come to us, I say. How? Fire. We burn the camp, force them to scatter, pick them off as they run. Deadeye thinks. I like it, but we need to make sure they run the right direction, away from town. We set up a kill zone, east side, burn the west, they run east, into us. Simple, effective, I like it. We plan, mark positions, escape routes, backup plans, professional, clean. This is what we're good at. We head back to town, brief the others. Tomorrow, Deadeye says, we hit them at dawn, before they're awake, before they're ready. What about me? Skeet asks. You're with Hyperion. You watch his back. Use that spear we got you. Stay behind him. If someone gets past him, you stop them. I can do that. I know you can. Skeet actually looks proud. That night we prepare. Sharpen weapons, check equipment, rest. I should sleep, should save energy for tomorrow. Instead, I'm on the roof of the tavern, watching the stars. Footsteps. Deadeye climbs up, sits beside me. Can't sleep, he asks, thinking. About? Tomorrow, the fight. Worried. Always. We'll be fine, we've done this before. I know. We sit in silence for a while. Jane, he says finally. Yeah? After tomorrow, after we deal with the bandits, what then? What do you mean? I mean, is this it? We stay here, find work, live normal lives? Would that be so bad? No, it'd be good, safe. He's quiet. I've never had safe before. Neither have I. So maybe we try it, see what happens. Maybe, but we both know it won't last. Safety never does. Not for people like us. Deadeye? Yeah? When this goes wrong, and it will go wrong eventually, I want you to know. I don't regret it. Any of it. He looks at me. That's pretty dark. I'm a realist. So am I. And I think we've got more time than you think. Maybe. He takes my hand. We've survived worse. We'll survive whatever comes next. Eventually. He smiles. Eventually. We sit there, on the roof, under the stars, the town quiet below us. Tomorrow we fight. Tomorrow we risk everything. Again. But tonight, we're alive. We're together. And for now, that's enough. Come on, Deadeye says. We should sleep. Tomorrow's going to be bloody. Tomorrow's always bloody. Fair point. We climb down, head back to the rooms. Everyone's asleep. We settle in, side by side.
Chapter 19. Deadeye. Our eyes meet across the dimness. She tilts her head toward the door. I wait 30 seconds. Then I get up, casual, stretching like my back's stiff. Bathroom, I mutter to no one in particular. Iron Jaw grunts, doesn't open his eyes. I slip out into the hallway, watch her shadow disappear into the shared bathroom at the end of the corridor. I follow, quiet, fast. Lock clicks behind me. There she is, leaning against the chipped porcelain basin, arms crossed, eyes locked on the door. Waiting, hungry. You're not subtle, she says. Neither are you. I twist the lock. The sound is loud in the small tiled room. She pushes off the basin, steps close. Close enough I can smell the gun oil on her skin, the faint copper of old blood, the wet heat already rising between us. We don't have much time. Then let's not waste it. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
I lie down. She settles beside me. Close enough our skin brushes. Smiling in the dark. Tomorrow we ride again. And when I get the chance, I'll ruin her all over again.
Chapter 20. Jane. The bandit camp sleeps. I watch it through my scope from the eastern ridge. Dawn's breaking through the ironwood canopy, pale grey light filtering down to the tents below. Maybe a dozen structures, crude, disorganised, no sentries, sloppy. Deadeye's in position on the west side. I can't see him, but I know he's there. Hyperion's at the southern approach with Skeet fluttering nervously above him. We've got them boxed. The plan's simple. Light fires on the west, force them to run east into our kill zone. Pick them off as they panic. Professional, clean. Deadeye's signal comes, a brief flash of reflected light. Go time. I watch him move to the western tents. Even from here I can see the torch. He lights the first tent, then the second, third. Flames catch fast, spread faster. The bandits wake screaming. Figures stumble out of tents, half-dressed, disoriented, panicking, exactly as planned. They see the fire, see the only clear path, east, toward me. They run. I breathe out slowly, sight the first target. Bandit, male, dark elf, running hard. I fire. He drops. Reload. Breathe. Fire. Another down. Below me, Hyperion's positioned at the bottleneck. His sledgehammer catches the first bandit to reach him. The sound carries even up here. Wet crunch of metal on bone. Skeet's holding his position. Spear ready. Shaking but present. Third bandit in my scope. Fire. Down. Fourth. Fire. Down. It's working. Everything's working perfectly. The bandits are funneling exactly where we want them. Hyperion's a wall they can't pass. I'm picking off anyone who tries to flank. Skeet's actually being useful for once, calling out positions from above. Professional, efficient, by the numbers. Then I hear it. Gunfire. Wrong direction. North side. Different sound, not our weapons. I swing my scope toward the noise. Damn. Through the smoke I see them, Another group. Maybe 12 fighters. Maybe 15. Hard to count with all the chaos. They're hitting the bandit camp from the opposite side. Coordinated, aggressive, professional. Not random, not opportunistic. This was planned, just like ours. 2 crews with the same target, same night, same plan. The bandit camp explodes into complete chaos. Bandits running in all directions now. Some toward us, some toward them, some just running blind. The rival gangs cutting them down systematically. Military precision. They're good. I track one of their fighters through my scope. Human, male, military bearing, expensive gear. He moves like a soldier, covering angles, checking corners, professional. These aren't bandits. These are mercenaries. Deadeye! I shout into the chaos. We've got company, north side. I don't know if he hears me. Too much noise. Gunfire from the rival gang, screaming bandits, roaring flames. The 3-way battle's a nightmare to navigate. Can't tell who's who anymore. Everyone's covered in soot and blood. Bandits fighting both crews inadvertently fighting each other. A bandit runs straight at Hyperion, gets crushed. Another tries to flank. I drop him. But I almost shoot one of the rival gang by mistake. He's in my sight line. I'm half a second from firing when he turns and I see he's fighting a bandit, not us. Can't do this. Can't pick targets fast enough. The rival gang doesn't know we're here. They think all the fighters below are bandits. I see it happen before I can prevent it. One of their fighters, dark elf woman, twin daggers, spots movement through the smoke. Massive figure. Hyperion. She sees a minotaur in a bandit camp. Assumes he's with the bandits. Raises her rifle. Hyperion! I scream. Down! Too far. Too much noise. She fires. Hyperion staggers. Blood blooms on his shoulder. He roars. Pain and rage mixed together. The woman's already moving to her next target. Doesn't know she just started a war. Deadeye appears through the smoke. Sees Hyperion bleeding. Sees the rival gang engaging. Sees the impossible situation. Our eyes meet across the burning camp. For a second, we both assess, calculate, try to find a way out that doesn't involve more killing. There isn't one. Deadeye makes the call. His voice cuts through the chaos. Fight everyone! No more discrimination. No more trying to figure out who's who. Anyone not our crew dies. Survival mode. I shift my rifle. Scan for targets. The rival gang's positioned on the north ridge. I can see 3 of them clearly. I fire. The first one drops. Clean headshot. Didn't see it coming. Reload. Fire. Second one down. The third one sees me. Returns fire. Bullets crack past my head. Too close. I roll right, find new position, sight him through scope. He's moving, professional, making himself hard to hit. I wait, patient. He pauses to reload. I fire. He drops. Below, Deadeye's in the thick of it now. His cleaver's never still, cutting through bandit, then spinning to block a mercenary's sword. He's not trying to figure out sides anymore, just killing anything that moves toward him. Hyperion's fighting through his wound. His hammer swings wild, crushing a bandit, then catching a mercenary who got too close. Blood's running down his arm, but he doesn't slow. Skeet's completely useless now. I can see him crouched behind a crate, spear forgotten, hands over his ears. Hyperion's between him and everything else. Good. The rival gang's realizing something's wrong. They're seeing organized resistance from multiple angles. Starting to understand there's another crew here. Too late for understanding. Too late for talking. This is survival now. I sight another target. Their fighter. His back's to me. I hesitate 1 second. He's not a bandit. He's like us, just trying to do a job, earn some coin. Then I see him aim at Deadeye. I fire. He goes down. No more hesitation. Deadeye's cleaver work is brutal up close. I watch him gut a bandit. Quick, efficient. Doesn't wait for him to fall. Already turning, bringing the blade up to catch a mercenary's sword. The mercenary's strong, trained, pushes back hard. Deadeye doesn't try to match strength. Shifts his weight, lets the mercenary's momentum carry him forward, drives his cleaver into the man's throat. The mercenary drops, choking on blood. Professional. No wasted movement. I'm firing as fast as I can reload. Bandit. Mercenary. Doesn't matter anymore. Anyone aiming at our crew dies. Headshot. Reload. Chest shot. Reload. Another headshot. My shoulders starting to ache from the recoil. Rifles getting hot. Don't care. Keep firing. Below, Hyperion's a force of nature despite the wound. His sledgehammer crushes a bandit's chest, swings through to catch a mercenary in the side. Armour crumples like paper under that much force. A mercenary gets past him, runs straight at Skeet. Skeet just stands there, frozen, spear in hand but not moving. The mercenary raises his sword. I'm too far. Can't get the shot in time. Blood sprays, the mercenary drops. Not Skeet's blood. The mercenary's. Skeet's spear is buried in the man's gut. He must have reacted on instinct. Pure survival reflex. Now he's staring at the dying man, at the blood on his hands, at what he just did. His first kill. He's going to break. I can see it from here. But not yet. Not until this is over. Bodies everywhere now. Can't tell how many. 10? 15? The camp's a slaughterhouse. Smoke and blood and screaming. A bandit tries to surrender. Hands up, weapon dropped. Deadeye doesn't even slow. Cleaver through the man's neck. No prisoners. No mercy. This is what we are. I sight another target. Fire. Reload. Fire again. The rival gang's breaking. I can see it. Their leader's dead. I dropped him 10 minutes ago. Their formations collapsed. They're scattered, confused, dying. Some try to run. I pick off 2 before they reach the tree line. Let the rest go. Not worth the ammunition. The remaining bandits see both attacking forces tearing each other apart. They scatter into the forest like rabbits. Deadeye lets them go too. Smart. We can't chase them all. Silence falls, just breathing. Moaning wounded. Crackling flames. Bodies everywhere. I count what I can see. Maybe 20 dead. Maybe more in the smoke. I check our crew. Deadeye standing, covered in blood. Hyperion down on one knee, bleeding but alive. Skeet frozen in place, spear still in that corpse. Iron Jaw helping Hyperion up, all alive. We won, if you can call this winning. Deadeye's already moving. Search the camp. Take everything. We earned it. Yeah, we earned it in blood.
Chapter 21. Deadeye. The 50 gold sits on the table between us like an accusation. It's more money than most people see in a year. It should feel like victory. It should feel like we've made it. Instead, it feels like pocket change. Rent's 40, Edith says, counting coins into neat stacks. Food's another 8 if we're eating more than gruel. That leaves 2 gold for everything else. Weapons, supplies, bribes. 2 gold, Ironjaw repeats, his voice flat. We just risked our necks for 2 gold of spending money. It's honest work, Hyperion signs, but even he doesn't look convinced. Skeet's perched on the windowsill, watching the street below. The Broken Wheel's hiring guards, 3 silver a week. We could... No, I say. Everyone looks at me. We're not taking guard work, I continue. We're not running errands for merchants. We're not... settling. Then what are we doing? Jane asks. She's leaning against the wall, arms crossed. That look on her face, the one that says she already knows the answer but wants to hear me say it. I pull out the folded parchment from inside my coat. It's worn, stained with ale and blood. I've been carrying it for 3 months, ever since we heard the rumor. I spread it on the table, and it's a map, crude, hand-drawn, but detailed enough. House Velinor Treasury, I say. Northern Vault, the one they use for tax collection from the outer provinces. The room goes quiet. That's suicide, Ironjaw says finally. That's legend, Barnaby corrects, leaning forward with interest. That vault hasn't been hid in, 50 years? 62, I say. Last crew that tried it? The Scorch took them. All of them. Velinor left the bodies as a warning. And you want to be the next warning? Edith asks, her voice sharp. I want to be the first success. I tap the map. I've been watching this place for months. Edith, you remember when I disappeared for 2 weeks last winter? She nods slowly. I was up north, scouting. The vault sits in an old fortress, half ruined, mostly abandoned except for the treasury itself. They rotate guards every 3 days. 12 professionals, well armed, but not a full legion. 12 professionals against us, Ironjaw says. Great odds. We're professionals too, I counter. We've been preparing for this. Every job we've done, the caravans, the bandits, this 50 gold score, it's all been practice, all been building to this. Jane pushes off the wall, walks to the table, studies the map. What's the take? She asks. Conservative estimate, 5,000 gold. Optimistic, 10,000. Silence. Even Edith stops counting coins. That's... Hyperion's hands move uncertainly. That's enough to disappear. Forever. That's enough to live, I say. Real lives. Not running. Not hiding. We could buy property. Protection. Hell, we could buy a small town and run it ourselves. Or we could die trying, Edith says quietly. We're dying anyway, I say, meeting her eyes. Slowly. Running from job to job, town to town. Always one step ahead of the next bounty hunter, the next rival gang, the next winter. This? I gesture to the 50 gold. This is just dying with extra steps. Jane still studying the map. The timing. Why now? Smart woman, always asking the right questions. Tax season ends in 6 days, I say. The vault will be at maximum capacity. They'll be preparing the transport convoy to take it to the capital, which means they'll be focused on logistics, not defense. And... I hesitate. And we've got an inside source. You what? Ironjaw sits up straight. The blacksmith, Tormund. His brother works for Velinor, records keeper. He provided the guard rotation schedule. Why would he help us? Jane asks suspiciously. Because his brother owes money to the wrong people. We pay off his debts. He gives us the intel. Everyone wins. Barnaby's grinning now. That manic, delighted grin. This is magnificent. Ocean's 11, but with more murder. And more ways to die, Edith adds. I look around the table, at my crew, my family. I'm not ordering anyone to come, I say. This is volunteer only. If you want to stay here, take your share of the 50 and walk away. No hard feelings. But I'm going. With or without you. When? Hyperion asks. 2 days. We leave tonight, travel light, scout the approach tomorrow, hit it the day after. 2 days, Ironjaw repeats. He looks at the 50 gold, then at the map, then at me. Screw it, I'm in. Obviously I'm in, Barnaby says, examining his nails. Someone needs to provide the sparkle. Hyperion nods, signs, in. Skeet's practically vibrating. Pop! Pop goes the guards! Everyone looks at Edith. She's staring at the 50 gold, the coins she spent the last hour carefully counting and organizing. You're all idiots, she says finally. Suicidal, reckless idiots. Is that a yes? I ask. She sighs, pushes the coins away. Someone needs to keep you alive long enough to spend it. I'm in. I look at Jane last. She's been quiet, watching, calculating. You're already planning it, she says. It's not a question. I've been planning it for 3 months. The guard rotation, the approach, the exit strategy. All of it. She's quiet for another long moment. Then she picks up the map, folds it carefully. We'll need explosives, she says, for the vault door, and a distraction team, something to draw the guards away from the main entrance. Relief floods through me. I was thinking fire. No, she cuts me off. Fire's too unpredictable in a stone fortress. We use Barnaby. He creates a magical disturbance on the east wall. Makes them think the attack's coming from there. We go in from the south while they're distracted. That could work, Ironjaw admits. It will work, Jane says. She looks at me. But we do this my way. Professional. Clean. No improvising. Your way, I agree. She almost smiles. Then I'm in. The room feels different now. Charged. Like the air before a thunderstorm. We're not just a gang anymore. We're a crew with a plan. With a purpose. With a death wish, probably. But we're going to die rich. 2 days, I say, standing. Pack light. Tell no one. We meet at the north gate at midnight. They disperse. Ironjaw to check weapons. Hyperion to prepare supplies. Barnaby to do whatever chaos wizards do before committing grand larceny. Edith stays. She's looking at me with that expression. The one that says she's disappointed but not surprised. This is going to go wrong, she says quietly. Probably. People are going to die. Definitely. And you're doing it anyway. Yeah. She stands, walks over, puts a hand on my shoulder. Then don't die stupidly, she says. If you're going to die, make it count. She leaves. Jane's still there. She's rolled up the map, tucked it into her coat. You've been planning this since before we met, she says. Yeah. You recruited us for this, all of us, the whole crew. Yeah. You manipulative bastard. I grin. That's why you like me. She doesn't smile, but she doesn't deny it either. 2 days, she says. We better not mess this up. We won't. She heads for the door. Stops. Looks back. Deadeye? Yeah? When this works, because it's going to work, we're taking that gold and disappearing. No more jobs. No more scores. We're done. Deal. She leaves. I stand alone in the room, looking at the 50 gold on the table, the honest work, the safe path. I sweep it into a bag. We'll need it for supplies anyway. 2 days until we're either legends or corpses. I'm betting on legends. The world is noise and blood. I duck behind a crumbling stone pillar just as a crossbow bolt shatters the masonry where my head was a second ago. Stone chips spray my face, stinging like angry hornets. They're flanking left! Jane screams from somewhere above me. The distinct crack thump of her rifle echoes through the cavern, followed immediately by a wet gargle. 1 down! 4 moving up the scree! Hyperion! I roar, reloading my repeater. Block the path! The Minotaur doesn't need telling twice. He barrels out from behind a stalagmite, roaring, a sound like tectonic plates grinding together. He swings that massive hammer of his, catching a mercenary mid-jump. The man, a professional, clad in sleek black leather and steel, doesn't even have time to scream. He just folds. Bones snap loud enough to be heard over the gunfire. But these aren't standard bandits. They move like water, fluid and coordinated. House Velenor's private cleaners. They don't panic when Hyperion charges. They scatter, peppering him with throwing knives and poison darts. Barnaby! I bellow. Do something wizardy or I'm docking your share. Art takes time, you uncultured swine. Barnaby's voice drifts from the shadows, surprisingly calm amidst the slaughter. A second later, the air warps. A mercenary raising a sword to strike Ironjaw suddenly stops. He looks down at his weapon. The steel blade has turned into a bouquet of very angry, very venomous vipers. The man screams as his own sword bites him in the face. Oh, bravo, Barnaby claps. A bit derivative, I admit, but effective. I roll out from cover, bringing my crossbow up. Thunk, thunk, 2 bolts, 2 throats. Right side clear, I shout. Left is pushing. Ironjaw grunts. He's bleeding from a gash on his shoulder, but he's swinging his flail with terrifying rhythm. Clang, crunch, clang. Then I see him. Skeet. The Vraken is usually cowering in the back, waiting for the looting to start. But not today. Today he's cornered. A mercenary, big and scarred, has him pinned against the cave wall, a serrated dagger inching toward Skeet's feathery throat. Skeet! I raise my crossbow, but I'm out of bolts. I reach for my cleaver, but I'm too far away. The mercenary grins. Die, bird! Skeet's eyes go wide, not with fear, with something else. His taloned hand flashes out, faster than I've ever seen him move. He doesn't go for the weapon. He goes for the eyes. Squelch. The mercenary howls, dropping the knife to clutch at his ruined face. Skeet doesn't stop. He shrieks, a high, piercing sound that scrapes the nerves, and lunges forward. He grabs the mercenary's own dagger from the dirt and drives it into the man's neck. Once, twice, 5 times. Blood sprays over Skeet's molting feathers, turning them slick and red. The mercenary drops, gurgling, dead before he hits the ground. Skeet stands there, panting, the knife dripping in his hand. Skeet? I step forward, wary. You good? Skeet turns to me. His eyes are blown wide, pupils dilated so much they look like black holes. He isn't shaking. He's vibrating. Did you see that, boss? His voice cracks, high and hysterical. Did you see? I popped him. He mimes the gouging motion, a manic grin splitting his beak. Like a grape, Skeet giggles. He popped just like a grape. I stare at him. I should be worried. The coward has snapped. But in this line of work, a killer is more useful than a scout. Good job, Skeet, I say, stepping over a corpse. Keep popping them. Pop! Pop! Skeet cackles, sprinting toward the next shadow, knife raised. The fight ends not with a surrender, but with silence. The last mercenary falls to a bullet from Jane. The echoes of violence fade, leaving only the heavy breathing of the crew and the drip, drip, drip of blood on stone. Clear, Jane calls out, dropping down from her perch. She looks dusty but untouched. She eyes Skeet, who is currently kicking a dead body and whispering pop with every impact. What's wrong with him? He found his calling, I grunt, wiping my cleaver on a dead man's cloak. Check the bodies. These guys were guarding something. Hyperion is leaning against a wall, pulling a throwing knife out of his bicep with a grunt of annoyance. Edith is already there, slapping a poultice on it and muttering about reckless beef. Barnaby is inspecting his fingernails. Dreadful lighting in here. I can barely see my glitter. Boss. Ironjaw's voice is heavy. He's standing by the large iron-bound door the mercenaries were defending. You need to see this. I walk over. The door is heavy, ancient dark elf make, but the lock has been melted. Barnaby's work from an earlier raid, or maybe the mercenaries forced it. I kick it open. Torchlight spills into the chamber beyond. It reflects. It shines. It blinds. Gold. Not just a chest. Not just a bag. Piles of it. Bars stamped with the Velenor crest. Chests overflowing with coins. Gemstones the size of my fist scattered on the floor like gravel. It's not a payroll. It's a treasury. It's the kind of money that buys kingdoms. Or kills them. By the gods, Jane whispers, stepping up beside me. We're rich, Ironjaw breathes, the metal of his jaw clicking as his mouth hangs open. Rich? Skeet pushes past me, diving into the pile of coins like it's water. He throws a handful of gold into the air, laughing that same manic, broken laugh. We're not rich. We're gods. We're bloody gods. I look at the gold. Then I look at the dead bodies of the Velenor elite behind us. We're not gods, I say, a cold smile touching my tusk. But we're about to be very, very expensive.
Chapter 22. Jane. Gold has a smell. Most people don't know that. They think it smells like metal, like iron or copper. It doesn't. It smells like blood. It smells like sweat. It smells like heavy, suffocating silence. And right now, it smells like trouble. I stand in the doorway of the vault, my rifle resting in the crook of my arm, staring at enough wealth to buy the entire Fort Ridge 10 times over. Maybe 20. It's obscene. Piles of minted Velinor coins, heavy octagonal gold pieces that sparkle even in the dim torchlight, bars of silver stacked like firewood, necklaces with gems the size of quail eggs. Stop drooling, Jane. It's unbecoming. Barnaby brushes past me, his velvet robe swishing through the dust. He doesn't run. Barnaby never runs. But he walks with a brisk, terrifying purpose. He picks up a ruby necklace, holds it to the light, and sighs. Dreadful setting. Tacky, really. But the stone. Oh, the stone is exquisite. We can't carry this, I say, my voice sounding flat in the echoing chamber. Deadeye, look at it. There's too much. It'll slow us down. Deadeye doesn't look at me. He's standing in the centre of the room, his one good eye reflecting the glitter of 1,000 coins. He looks huge, not just orc huge, legend huge. The shadows stretch out from his boots like a king's mantle. We take what we can. Deadeye rumbles. We bury the rest. We come back with wagons. Wagons? I laugh, a sharp, nervous bark. Boss, this is Velinor gold. You think they're just going to let us drive off with it? They'll send an army, not mercenaries, a legion. Let them come, Deadeye says. He turns to me, and for a second, I don't recognise the orc I've followed through hell and high water. The caution is gone. The survival instinct that kept us alive in the scorch is gone, replaced by something cold and hungry. We have this, he gestures to the horde. We can buy an army of our own, Jane. We can buy a fortress. We can buy a city. Why should we run from Velinor? With this, we are Velinor. Yeah! Skeet shrieks from the top of a coin pile. The bird is manic. He's rolling in the coins, throwing them into the air, letting them rain down on his feathers. He's not the twitchy, scared scout anymore. He's buzzing with a dark, electric energy. Shiny! Skeet cackles, shoving a handful of rings into his belt pouch. Mine! All mine! Look at me, Jane! I'm a king! King Skeet! King Skeet. Ironjaw grunts, amused. He's shoveling gold bars into a sack, his muscles bulging with the effort. Has a ring to it. It has a death sentence attached to it, I mutter, but nobody is listening. Even Hyperion is entranced. The Minotaur picks up a golden chalice, turning it over in his massive hands. He taps it with a claw, ting, and grins. He signs, heavy. Then he crushes it flat and stuffs it into his pack. Start packing, Deadeye orders. Fill the packs, fill your pockets. If you can walk, you're not carrying enough. I hesitate. My gut is screaming at me to run, to leave this cursed tomb and never look back. This isn't loot, this is bait. But then I look down. A stray gold coin has rolled to my boot. I pick it up. It's heavy, warm. 1 coin could buy me a hot bath, a soft bed, and a bottle of the good stuff. A bag of them. A bag could buy me a new life. No more sleeping in the mud. No more eating hardtack. No more looking over my shoulder. The greed hits me like a physical blow. It's intoxicating. Fine, I whisper, but we move fast. I holster my rifle and grab a canvas sack. For the next hour, we are animals. We gorge ourselves on the wealth. We strip the room. Barnaby is selective, taking only the gems and magical artifacts, far lighter, dear girl, and infinitely more valuable per ounce. Ironjaw takes the bullion. Skeet takes anything shiny. When the sacks are full, almost too heavy to lift, we turn to leave. Wait, Skeet says. He stops by the body of the mercenary captain, the one he killed, the one he popped. Skeet crouches down. I expect him to spit on the corpse, or maybe recoil now that the adrenaline has faded. Instead, Skeet grabs the dead man's boot. Nice leather. Skeet giggles. He yanks the boot off the corpse's stiffening foot, then the other one. My size, I think. He sits on the floor right there in the blood and pulls the dead man's boots onto his own clawed feet. He laces them up, humming a tuneless, screechy song. Fits perfectly. Skeet does a little jig, his talons scratching the inside of the stolen leather. He looks at the dead man's face, ruined by his own knife, and laughs. Thanks for the shoes, ugly. Deadeye watches him, a dark smirk on his face. He doesn't reprimand him. He doesn't tell him to show some respect for the dead. Let's go, Deadeye says, shouldering a pack that would break a horse's back. We have a town to buy. I look at Skeet dancing in dead men's boots. I look at Deadeye dreaming of empires. I grab my sack of gold. It feels like lead. Right behind you, boss, I say. But I keep my hand near my gun. Because the mercenaries might be dead, but I'm starting to think the real monsters are the ones walking out of the room.
Chapter 23. Deadeye. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug. Add a bottle of rot-gut whiskey and a sack of gold heavy enough to bludgeon a man to death, and you get a feeling that's dangerous. You get the feeling you can't die. We're camped in a hollow about a mile from the ruin entrance, hidden by a cluster of boulders. We should be quiet. We should be sleeping. We should be terrified that a Velinor hit squad is tracking our footprints. Instead, we're having a party. And then, squelch! Skeet leaps off a rock, landing in the dirt with a dramatic flare that sends dust puffing up around his new boots. He's holding a piece of dried meat, stabbing it with a twig. Just like that. Right in the jelly. He didn't even scream. He just went gurgle, gurgle. Barnaby claps, holding a silver goblet he stole from the vault. Bravissimo, the texture of the description, the visceral immediacy. You have the soul of a poet, Skeet. A very violent, disturbed poet. I did it! Skeet giggles, tearing a chunk off the meat with his beak. I'm a killer! I'm a bad bird! You're a terror, little one, Ironjaw rumbles, leaning back against Hyperion. The Minotaur is polishing his hammer, a content look on his bovine face. Even the big guy seems lighter, the weight of the gold in his pack acting like ballast against the world's crap. Edith is the only one not laughing. She's sitting by the fire, her hands wrapped around a tin mug of tea. She looks at Skeet, then at me. Her eyes are hard, judgmental. He's a child, Deadeye, she says quietly, her voice cutting through the laughter. You're letting him think murder is a game. I take a long pull from the bottle of whiskey, feeling the burn settle in my chest. It is a game, Edith. We just started winning. Winning? She gestures to Skeet, who is now reenacting the stabbing for a rapt audience of Barnaby and a very drunk Ironjaw. Look at him. He's broken. He's alive, I snap. Broken is better than dead. Broken gets you paid. I stand up, the motion making the world spin pleasantly. Keep watch. I need to piss. I walk away from the firelight, out into the cool night air. The stars are bright over the frost marches, cold and uncaring. I breathe it in. For years, this air smelled like desperation. Tonight, it smells like opportunity. A twig snaps behind me. I don't reach for my cleaver. I know that step. You're going to drink all the good stuff? Jane asks, leaning against a tree. She's washed the dust off her face, but there's still a smudge of gunpowder on her cheek. It looks good on her, like war paint. Skeet's putting on a show, I say, holding out the bottle. She takes it, knocking back a swig that would put a horse on its butt. She doesn't flinch. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand and grins. It's a sharp grin, a wolf's grin. He's lost it, she says. The bird, I mean. He's found it, I correct her. He realized what we are. And what are we, Deadeye? I step closer to her. The space between us is charged. Usually there's a wall there. The wall of, don't get attached because we might die tomorrow. But we didn't die. We killed. And we got rich. I reach out, my hand heavy and scarred, and thumb the smudge of gunpowder on her cheek. We're the ones who walk away with the gold. Jane's breath hitches. She doesn't pull away. Her eyes drop to my mouth, then back up to my one good eye. Velinor won't stop, she whispers. You know that. We kicked a hornet's nest, Let them come, I say, my voice dropping to a growl. We can buy better weapons now, better armor. Hell, we can hire our own army to fight them while we sit on a beach somewhere drinking wine that costs more than this entire forest. Is that the plan? She asks. Run and drink? That's the retirement, I say. The plan is to enjoy the ride. I kiss her. It's not sweet. It tastes like whiskey and iron. It's rough, fueled by the high of surviving a slaughter. She kisses back just as hard, her hands tangling in the fur of my collar, pulling me down. We break apart, panting. We need to get back to Oakhaven, she says, her voice breathless. Get supplies, get wagons. Tomorrow, I say, leaning my forehead against hers. Tonight, we celebrate. You think the town will suspect? I laugh. It's a dark sound. Who cares what they suspect? We have the gold. We make the rules now. If they give us trouble... I let the sentence hang. I don't need to finish it. We buy them, Jane finishes. Or we break them, I say. We walk back to the fire together. Skeet is currently wearing Barnaby's hat, dancing around the flames while Iron Jaw claps a rhythm on his breastplate. Look at us, I say, watching my crew of misfits and monsters. The one-eyed gang. Jane takes the bottle from me and raises it to the stars. To the monsters, she says. I clink my cleaver against the bottle. To the monsters.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 24. Jane. We ride into Oakhaven like conquering kings, but the town doesn't seem to get the memo. Usually when you save a place, or at least bring back enough gold to pave their muddy streets, people cheer. They throw flowers. They offer you their daughters or their best horses. Oakhaven just stares. The streets are quiet. Curtains twitch in windows. A dog barks, only to be kicked into silence by its owner. They smell it on us. Not just the unwashed stench of the road, but the smell of ozone and dried blood. We look like trouble. Rich trouble, but trouble all the same. Tough crowd, Barnaby murmurs, adjusting his hat. He's pinned a large emerald to the brim. It catches the afternoon sun and shoots green fire across the muddy storefronts. Perhaps they expected a parade. They expected us to die, Deadeye grunts. He's riding at the front, looking like a warlord on his heavy warhorse. Keep moving, to the tavern. We dismount in front of the broken spoke. Tormund, the blacksmith, is standing by his forge across the street. He's holding a hammer, his knuckles white. He doesn't wave. He looks at the heavy saddlebags weighing down our horses, saddlebags that clink with every step, and his eyes narrow. He knows. He knows you don't get that kind of weight without killing someone important. I catch his eye and nod. He spits on the ground and turns back to his anvil. Friendly, I mutter. We push into the tavern. Silence slams into us like a physical wall. The room is half full. Farmers, hunters, the usual midday drunks. Every conversation dies instantly. Every pair of eyes locks onto us. Skeet doesn't care. He struts in, his new boots squeaking on the floorboards. Ale! Skeet screeches, hopping onto a stool that's too tall for him. Ale for the victors, and make it the stuff without the dead rats in it. The barkeep, a thick-necked man named Bram, wipes a rag slowly across the counter, He doesn't move to pour a drink. "We don't want trouble here, Deadeye," Bram says, his voice low. "We heard noise up at the old ruins. Explosions. Magic." "Pest control," Deadeye says, leaning his elbows on the bar. The wood creaks under his weight. "Pest control usually doesn't sound like a war," Bram counters. "If you brought House Velinor down on us." "We brought you this," Deadeye interrupts. He reaches into his pouch. He doesn't pull out a copper. He doesn't pull out a silver. He slams a gold coin onto the scratched wood. It spins, a blur of yellow light, singing a high, sweet note that cuts through the silence. It topples over, heads up. The crest of the high house gleams in the gloom. Bram stares at it. The farmers stare at it. It's more money than most of them make in a year. "Drinks," Deadeye says, his voice flat. "For everyone, until the sun comes up." The tension doesn't vanish. It just dissolves into greed. Bram's hand shoots out, covering the coin before anyone else can snatch it. "Right, ale, coming up." "Whiskey!" Skeet bangs his fist on the table. "And a bowl of peanuts, and a deck of cards." Within 10 minutes, the mood has shifted. It's brittle, fake, but loud. The locals are drinking because it's free, not because they like us. They laugh at Barnaby's jokes because he's buying the rounds. They clap Iron Jaw on the back because he's holding a sack of silver. I sit in the corner, nursing a mug, watching the room. Skeet has started a card game. He's terrible at it. He's cheating, and everyone knows he's cheating. But nobody stops him because every time he loses a hand, he laughs maniacally and throws a gold piece at the winner. "Oops! Bad cards!" Skeet cackles, tossing a coin at a stunned-looking farmer. "Buy yourself a new plough, dirt kicker! Deal again!" He's not playing to win. He's playing to show he can afford to lose. It's grotesque. It's perfect. "You're not drinking," a voice says. I look up. It's the serving girl, Alara. She's young, pretty in a tired sort of way. Last time we were here, she wouldn't look me in the eye. Now she's hovering. "I'm working," I lie. She glances at the pouch on my belt. It's heavy. "Is it true? What they're saying? That you found the lost hoard?" "We found a payout," I say carefully. "That's all." She leans closer, smelling of cheap soap and desperation. "Take me with you." I blink. "What?" "When you leave," she whispers, urgent. "Take me. I can cook. I can mend clothes. I'll do whatever. Just don't leave me in this mud hole." I look at her. Really look at her. She doesn't see me. Jane the bounty hunter. She sees a ticket out. She sees the gold. "We're not heroes, Alara," I say cold. "We're monsters. You don't want to run with us." "I don't care," she insists. "You have money. Money is safety." I almost laugh. Money isn't safety. Money is a target painted on your back. But I can't tell her that. She's drunk on the proximity to wealth just like the rest of them. "Ask the orc," I say, nodding toward Deadeye. "He's the boss." She scurries off toward Deadeye, who is currently holding court at the centre table, looking like a king in exile. I watch her go, feeling a pit open in my stomach. We didn't save this town. We poisoned it. We walked in here and showed them that the only thing that matters is gold, and now everyone is scrambling for a scrap. Skeet is standing on his chair now, screaming with delight as he loses another hand. "Take it. Take it all. I'm made of money. I bleed gold." I take a long pull of my ale. It tastes sour. We need to leave, soon, before the hangover hits, because when this town wakes up and realises the gold won't stop the Dark Elves from burning their houses down, they're going to turn on us. And rich or not, I don't have enough bullets for everyone.
Chapter 25. Deadeye. The decision isn't made in a war council. It's made in silence, in the back room of the Broken Spoke, over the sound of gold coins clinking into saddlebags. We aren't planning a defense. We're packing. Ironjaw is tightening the straps on a canvas sack that weighs as much as a goblin. Barnaby is wrapping his spell components in silk, humming a little tune that sounds disturbingly cheerful. Skeet is vibrating near the window, peering through the cracks in the shutters. "They're coming!" Skeet hisses, his voice a manic scratch. "I can smell 'em. Dark elf scouts, riding wolves, fast ones. They want the shiny. They want my boots." He clutches his stolen leather boots possessively. "Relax, Bird," I say, though my own hand is resting on my cleaver. "How far out?" "An hour," Skeet snaps. "Maybe 2. The wind shifted. I smell the ozone. Magic. Big magic." The door creaks open. The room freezes. Hands go to weapons. It's not an assassin. It's Tormund, the blacksmith. The big man looks smaller today. He's twisting a leather apron in his massive, soot-stained hands. Behind him stands Bram, the barkeep, and the girl, Alara, a delegation. They look at the bags. They look at us. They don't see us packing to run. They see us preparing for war. Hope is a blinding thing. "Deadeye," Tormund says, his voice rough. "The scouts, the perimeter guards found tracks. Wolf tracks." "We know," I say calmly. I don't stand up. I stay seated on a crate of loot, looking relaxed. Skeet smelled them. "They say it's a legion," Tormund continues, sweat beading on his forehead despite the chill. "House Velinor. They're coming for the town." "They're coming for the gold," I correct him. "You're just in the way." "We can't fight them alone," Bram interjects, stepping forward. "We have the militia, sure, but these are high elves, battle mages. We're farmers, Deadeye. We're dirt." He looks at me with naked desperation. "But you killed the mercenaries at the ruins. You have a wizard, a minotaur. You can hold the bridge." Silence hangs in the room. I look at Jane. She's leaning against the wall, cleaning her rifle. She doesn't look up. She's letting me handle this. She's letting me be the bad guy. I look at Barnaby. He's admiring his reflection in a silver platter. I look back at Tormund. "You want to know if we're staying?" I say. "We can pay you," Tormund says quickly. "Not much compared to what you found, but everything we have. Food, shelter. Just don't leave us to burn. This is the moment. The hero moment. The moment where I stand up, draw my blade, and promise to bleed for the innocent." I stand up. I put a heavy hand on Tormund's shoulder. I look him right in the eye. "Tormund," I say, my voice deep and steady. "We didn't come this far to run from a bunch of pointy-eared pricks." Tormund's shoulders sag with relief. Alara lets out a breath she's been holding. "We're going to head up to the ridge," I lie, smooth as silk. "Get the high ground. Barnaby needs line of sight for his spells. Ironjaw needs room to swing. You get your people into the cellars. Stay quiet. Let us draw their fire." "The ridge," Tormund nods, tears actually welling in his eyes. "Yes, that's smart. The high ground." He grabs my hand and shakes it. "Thank you, by the gods, thank you. We thought, well, people say things about orcs, but you're good men. Go," I say gently. "Get your family underground." Tormund nods again, then herds the others out. "You heard him! To the cellars! The one-eyed gang is holding the line!" The door closes. The latch clicks. I turn back to the room. Jane is looking at me. Her expression is unreadable. "Good speech." "Practiced it in front of a mirror," I grunt. I grab my pack. "Saddle up. We leave in 5 minutes." "Out the back?" Ironjaw asks, hefting his massive warhammer. "Out the back," I confirm. While they're hiding in the cellars, the streets will be empty. We cut through the woods, bypass the bridge, and head west. "We're just leaving them?" Hyperion signs, his movements sharp, angry. "We're saving the cargo," I snap at him. "You want to stay and die for a bunch of farmers who wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire yesterday? Go ahead. but the gold comes with me. Hyperion hesitates. He looks at the door where Tormund just left. Then he looks at the sack of silver at his feet. The gold wins. It always wins. He grunts, picks up the sack, and turns away. "Skeet!" I bark. "Scout the alley! If you see anyone, quiet them!" "Pop!" Skeet giggles, pulling a knife. "Pop goes the witness." He scuttles out the window. I look over the room one last time. It's a nice room. Warm. Smells like bread and ale. In an hour, it'll be ash. "Don't look so grim, Jane," I say, tossing her pack to her. "We gave them hope. That's worth something." "It's worth nothing," she says, catching the bag. "But it bought us a head start." "Exactly," I say. I blow out the candle, plunging the room into darkness. "Let's go." We slip out into the night like ghosts, leaving the town waiting for saviors who are never coming back.
Chapter 26. Jane. The hardest part about being a coward is keeping quiet. We move through the back alleys of Oakhaven like rats in a maze. The sun has dipped below the horizon, turning the sky a bruised purple. The shadows are long, which is good for us. The town is buttoned up tight. Shutters are closed, doors are barred. We can hear the murmur of voices from the cellars we pass. Muffled prayers, crying babies, hushed arguments about whether the one-eyed gang can actually stop a Velenor legion. Every whisper feels like a knife in the gut. "Keep moving!" Deadeye hisses from the front. He's leading his warhorse by the reins, the hooves wrapped in burlap to muffle the sound. I'm walking behind him, my rifle in my hands. The gold in my pack is digging into my shoulders. It feels heavier now than it did in the vault. 50 pounds of guilt. "Clear left," Skeet whispers. He's scurrying ahead of us, darting from rain barrel to woodpile. He's enjoying this. To him, this isn't a retreat. It's a heist. We stole their hope, and now we're stealing away with the prize. "I see movement in the Cooper's house," Ironjaw murmurs, his hand tightening on his hammer. "Ignore it," Deadeye orders. "Just don't let them see us heading west. If they ask, we're flanking." "Flanking," I mutter under my breath. "Right, flanking all the way to the coast." We reach the edge of the market square. The plan is to cut behind the stables, cross the creek at the shallow ford, and vanish into the tree line before the dark elves hit the main bridge. If we time it right, the town will be burning before anyone realises we aren't on the ridge. We're halfway across the alley behind the bakery when the back door opens. We freeze. It's not a soldier. It's a boy, maybe 10 years old. He's holding a wooden sword wrapped in twine, wearing a pot lid as a shield. He looks like he was sneaking out to watch the heroes fight. He sees us. He sees Deadeye, huge and terrifying in the gloom. He sees Hyperion, the Minotaur towering over the sheds. He sees me. His eyes go wide. A grin splits his face, pure hero worship delight. "You're going," the boy whispers, stepping out into the mud. "I knew it. You're going to ambush them from the creek. Can I come? I can fight." My heart hammers against my ribs. Skeet steps out of the shadows. He's twirling a knife. The blade catches the last of the light. "Go back inside, little meat," Skeet hisses, his voice a low, scratching sound. "Or I'll pop you." The boy flinches, the smile dropping. "What?" "Skeet, stand down," I snap. I step forward, holstering my rifle. I need to handle this. If Skeet kills a kid, the noise will bring the whole town down on us. And, well, I have lines. They're blurry, but they're there. I crouch down so I'm eye level with the kid. I force a smile. It feels tight, like the skin is pulled too thin over my skull. "We're on a secret mission, kid," I lie. "Special ops. We need silence. Absolute silence." "Secret mission?" The boy's eyes shine again. "Like assassination?" "Exactly," I say. "But if you tell anyone you saw us, if you make a sound, the bad guys will know, and the mission fails. I lean in closer. I let the bounty hunter mask slip back into place. Cold. Dangerous. And if the mission fails because of you, I'll come back, and I won't be happy. The boy swallows hard. He clutches his wooden sword. I won't tell, I promise. I'll be a grave. Good, I say. Now go back to the cellar. Don't come out until morning, no matter what you hear. Yes, ma'am. He salutes, a clumsy, childish gesture, and bolts back inside the bakery. I stand up. My legs feel weak. Deadeye is watching me. He doesn't say anything. He just nods, once, and turns back to the path. You're soft, Jane, Barnaby whispers as he glides past me, smelling of lavender and old dust. Lying to children? Tsk, tsk. Skeet's method was cleaner. Shut up, Barnaby, I growl, before I feed you to the wolves. We hit the creek. The water is freezing, soaking our boots, but we splash through it without slowing down. We scramble up the muddy bank on the other side and slip into the heavy cover of the forest. We're out. We're clear. Behind us, Oakhaven is silent, waiting. Then, from the north, the direction of the bridge, a sound cuts through the air. A whoa! Wolf howls, deep, resonant, magical howls that shake the leaves on the trees. The dark elf scouts have found the scent. Pick up the pace, Deadeye orders, his voice devoid of emotion. They're hitting the perimeter. Should we... look? Hyperion signs, pausing by a large oak tree. Don't look back, I say, adjusting my pack. There's nothing back there but dead men. But I do look back, just for a second. I see the first lantern light go out in the town. I see the shadows moving on the ridge, shadows that aren't us. The boy with the wooden sword is down there, waiting for the ambush, waiting for the heroes. I turn around and walk into the dark, clutching my gold. I hope it buys a hell of a lot of whiskey. I'm going to need it, and then a good screw session.
Chapter 27. Deadeye. We are miles away from Oakhaven, miles away from morality. The fire roars. Too big. A beacon screaming, come and get us. But nobody cares. We're on a ridge overlooking the Silverwash Valley, drunk on stolen whiskey and the certainty that any Velinor Legion is still busy carving up the town we left to burn. We're alive. We're rich. And the night air tastes like victory. Hyperion's bellowing moon poetry from atop a log, swaying with a keg under one arm. Skeet's vibrating, counting women he'll buy. Barnaby's zapping moths and squirrels for Cecily's amusement. Ironjaw's sharpening his axe like he's bored of the world already. I take another pull from the bottle. It burns clean. Jane's leaning against my leg, wine bottle in one hand, rifle in the other. Hair wild, eyes dark. She looks feral. She stands, sways, tosses the empty bottle into the dark. It shatters. Then she grabs my collar, yanks me down. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
We lie there in the moss, moonlight on her skin, my hand still loosely over her mouth, like I can't stop claiming her even now. She smiles against my palm, whispers muffled, "Again, please." I grin, tusks flash. "Greedy little doll."
Chapter 28. Jane. I've never liked the ocean. It smells like a wet dog that's been rolling in dead fish. It's loud, it's grey, and it goes on forever. I hate it. But it will take us where we need to go, so I'll keep my options of it to myself. That's a lot of water, Iron Jaw grunts, spitting a glob of tobacco juice into the tall grass. It's wet. Skeet twitches, his feathers puffed up against the coastal wind. He's vibrating again. He hasn't stopped vibrating since the vault. I bet there's gold in it. Pirate gold. Skeleton gold. Wet gold. Shut up, Skeet, I say, but there's no heat in it. We're belly down on a ridgeline, looking down at a little slice of what looks like paradise. Below us, nestled between the cliffs and the churning white water, is a village. White cottages with slate roofs. A small stone harbour with 3 fishing sloops bobbing in the tide. Smoke curling lazily from chimneys. It looks peaceful. It looks quiet. It looks like the kind of place where people die in their sleep instead of screaming. We need one of those ships, Deadeye says, his single eye fixed on the harbour. Rach is 3 days south by sail. There's no overland route. Not unless you want to climb the Razor Peaks with a wagon full of gold. Rach, I muse, shifting my weight. City of thieves, slavers, scum. Home sweet home, Deadeye agrees. I lift my spyglass and adjust the focus. The brass is cold against my eye. I sweep the town, looking for the telltale glint of armour, the patrol patterns of guards, the sigils of House Velanor. Problem, I mutter. Soldiers? Deadeye asks, his hand drifting to the cleaver at his hip. Worse, I say. Locals. I clarify the image. The town isn't empty. It's full of dark elves, but not the sleek, armoured killers we fought in the Scorch. These ones are vintage. I see an old woman knitting on a rocking chair. I see 2 ancient elves playing chess in the town square. I see a guy with a cane yelling at a seagull. It looks like a retirement community for retired villains. It's too quiet, I say, handing the glass to Deadeye. Nothing in Protheka is this peaceful. It's a trap. Has to be. Deadeye takes a look. He grunts. I don't see weapons. I don't see wards. That's because they're hiding them, I insist. We walk down there with a minotaur, an orc, and a manic birdman. We're going to trigger whatever defence grid they have set up. She's right, Barnaby chimes in, checking his reflection in a silver platter he stole. We do stick out. I, however, blend in beautifully. Deadeye lowers the glass. You want the job, wizard? I volunteer as tribute, Barnaby says, standing up and brushing dirt off his purple velvet robes. I'll go down, scout the perimeter, charm the locals, see if they're actually harmless geriatrics, or if they're hiding a legion of summoners in the basement. Find out if they have a ship for hire, Deadeye orders, and check for traps. If it looks wrong, you run. I never run, my large friend. Barnaby sniffs. I make a strategic exit. He winks at Cecily, who blows him a kiss that involves far too much tongue, and then he skips, literally skips, down the goat path toward the village. We wait. Through the glass, I watch him work. It's disgusting. He bows to the knitting lady. He kisses her hand. She giggles. He stops by the chess players and points out a move. They clap him on the back. He buys an apple from a vendor and tosses a gold coin. Every dark elf in the square is smiling at him. He's like a plague of charm. He's good, I admit grudgingly. He's annoying, Ironjaw corrects. 20 minutes later, Barnaby comes skipping back up the hill. He's eating the apple. He looks annoyingly refreshed. Well? Deadeye asks as the elf crests the ridge. Charming people, Barnaby says between bites. Simply delightful. The knitting woman's name is Ilara, no relation to the tavern girl, and she makes a fascinating rampion tea. The danger, Barnaby, I snap. Is it a trap? Ah, yes, the danger. He stops chewing. He looks at me. Then he looks at Iron Jaw. Then he looks at Hyperion. Slight problem there. What? Deadeye growls. Guards? No guards. Just a custom. A custom? Clue, Barnaby says. He points a manicured finger toward the far side of the village. I follow his line. Jutting out over the crashing waves is a massive, jagged cliff. It's a straight drop of about 300 feet into razor-sharp rocks and churning white water. It looks like a great place to die. You see that cliff way over there, high above the rocks and sea below? Barnaby asks. Yes, I say. That is a local landmark, Barnaby says pleasantly. It is called Orc's Leap. Silence descends on the ridge. The wind whistles through the grass. Orc's Leap, Deadeye repeats, his voice flat. And? Ironjaw asks, his grip tightening on his axe handle until the leather creaks. And, Barnaby says, taking another bite of his apple. My one-eyed friend, that is where the ever-so-friendly and peaceful inhabitants of this town like to throw orcs off. Apparently, it's a bit of a sport. Distance, splash size, that sort of thing. They were quite eager to tell me about the record holder. Oh, Deadeye says. So. Ironjaw cracks his knuckles. The sound is like gunshots. What now? I look at the peaceful little town full of racist old elves. I look at the cliff. I look at Deadeye. He's sitting on enough gold to buy a kingdom. He's survived the Scorch. He's survived the Legion. He's done sneaking around. Deadeye thinks for a second. A dark, ugly smile spreads across his face. We kill them all, he says. Skeet lets out a shriek of pure joy. Pop! Pop! I rack the bolt on my rifle. Clack, clack. Ironjaw hefts his axe. Hyperion cracks his neck. Deadeye draws his cleaver. He takes a deep breath of the salty air. Then he lets loose a battle roar that shakes the ground beneath us. We run down the hill, screaming, laughing, and ready to turn retirement into a funeral. The end.